average will be between 38-40.
Exactly.
38-40, yeah.
So if at 40 you are still going to contest for youth organizer.
There's nothing wrong.
No, I think let's stick to our definition.
It's just age.
I think it's a good call.
Okay.
I think then it goes back to what sort of preparatory grounds have been prepared for such persons to be able to assume going to the political space. Being within the political space is different, and then assuming a key position within the space is also different.
So for us now,
that's why you have the
Patriotic Institute.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you need to show some, at least you've gone through the course of the ideology of the party and the fundamentals that make the party.
Not
before you can contest for.
Not beyond the party, but
no,
at least. Then beyond that, because this person is not just going to serve. There is going to be transitional phase that after the party's leadership internally, the possibility of you becoming a deputy minister, even a minister, even an MP is very high. So it means that leadership quality that transcends beyond the political parties to make you more acceptable within the bigger space, and for you to be able to lead a group of people who do not really align with your ideology. That way become a deputy minister or a minister. And I believe that if the cost structure, I do not know, I don't have an idea about the cost structure for the Patriotic Institute, but one of the models, as she indicated, will be to understand,
of course,
the party's tenets, and to be able to know that this is the party that I'm going to serve. But for me, I'm also looking at beyond the party. Let us prepare these persons to take up certain leadership roles, especially at the national level. We've seen people come out from school and straight into national politics and leadership, and then they've made
some
a mess.
do national service
with parties and all of that. So let us be able to groom this person. It is good. For 35 years, I'm looking at how much of quality materials they will become. How much, even beyond the 35, from 25 to that 35. Let us, if not nationally, we don't have that plan. The National Youth Authority, and now there is a Ministry of Youth, and then also Recreation Development led by Pablo. It is good. This is the time for us to faction out certain models so that when they are 2025, they are well prepared to hit that 35 to take up the internal leadership and then also the national leadership. I believe that when we do this, it will cut away most of the mistakes that previous youth appointees made, current youth appointees are making because of the hype that they are getting on social media. Beyond that, we ask you, what are the qualities that you are coming onto the field with? And I'm tying this with, it's off there, but Pablo's ministry, as it stands now, we should be able to see something that is youth-related, youth-oriented. Nothing has come out yet because it's just like the ministry is just there.
6 months.
After 6 months, we should be able to see something. And that is the inspiration, as she said. Everything that parties do is aligned to the national constitution. So if we have a national plan, and that will also transcend to the political space, we should be able to see something and pick inspirations from it.
Okay.
So, Kojo, we need to have people who are fit for purpose to take positions.
Yes.
But when it comes to the national level, to be fair to political parties, making it a responsibility of political parties is a bit of a stretch. So I remember when I was in second year university, I met an elderly man and we're conversing. So he was like, oh, where are you now? So I'm in level 200. Oh, these days we can tell your age by your class.
Oh, really?
Yes. You see, we've come through, especially in most rural areas, we've come from a point where people used to use, there are people still do, depending on what their aspirations are. But we had a point where, especially in the rural areas, people used to use the nursing training route or teacher training route before going to the university.
Yes.
But early 2000, late 90s, early 2000s, after when was the SS system first batch? Was it 95 or 96?
Yeah.
95.
So you had
95,
people
yeah.
who had to finish A-level before going into university. But now you have people doing 3 years and suddenly going straight to university. So when you finish university, people are finishing university at what, 17, 18 now? Right? People are getting master's degrees at 20, 21 now. People are getting PhDs at 21, 23. So conversation, if we go on that tangent, as in against the experience,
Substance.
we might miss it.
I agree.
If you interact a lot with Gen Zs, forget about Gen Zs, even Gen Alphas now. If you have a 6-year-old, 9-year-old, the kind of conversations they have now, the kind of things they are doing,
Yeah.
if they get the right social systems, and you're talking about National Youth Authority, the youth empowerment institutions in the country, even upbringing in the house, they may be deeper thinkers than the older ones.
Even the older ones, yes.
So if we want to have an age conversation in terms of what sort of experience, what does the person need to bring to the position? I mean, we've had older people who should know better misconducted themselves.
Yes.
We've had young people misconduct themselves. So it's a matter of national psyche. What do we expect the person to do?
I mean, I have constantly argued
You know,
that in today's world, knowledge is not about age.
Sure.
at all.
Because there are lots of things happening
It's
out
a
there.
matter of exposure.
Yes, if you're willing to learn, you know.
Yeah.
If you're willing to get it, you do.
Now information is by the click of a button.
Exactly. So,
You know, we're having even people being homeschooled.
Yes.
You know, so depending on, but the assessment of the person. So definitely you can't come and be an executive in MPP when you're not a member. You need to subscribe to the thinking of the organization.
Okay.
And there are certain criteria you need to meet to be MP. There are certain criteria you need to meet to be a government official. Today, as I sit here, the New Patriotic Party is not in power. I'm not holding any public office.
Yes.
If I come and sit here and I say anything, probably the backlash, even though may come, will not be as much as someone holding a public position, a minister or a CEO or someone at the presidency or something. So you need to know the position you are putting yourself up for and the responsibilities that come with it. Just as it comes with certain privileges, we need to also highlight the responsibilities, because over time we've been hyping the privileges above the responsibilities.
That's true.
So it's about what you are going to get when you are in power.
Yes.
It's not what you're supposed to fulfill. It's not about the social contract with you and the people, of Ghana who pay you, who give you those privileges. And we need to all work in that. And that goes beyond political parties. It's a national
I mean, let's call it spade a spade. A lot of younger
course.
people are into politics now is because what they're going to get.
Yes, because that's what we
It's
are
not a
pushing.
service.
And you know, the irony is that the moment you get in there and even your close associates or your community are not seeing you benefiting from those things,
directly.
it becomes a problem for you.
Yeah, that's true.
So whatever you are contributing, that's not their problem. What are you bringing?
What are you bringing home? What are you bringing to
home?
us? What
And
benefits are we
need
going to
work
get from
on
you?
all those
Yeah,
things. Because
that's true.
else it will get to a point where everything becomes transactional.
Yes.
And it's like competence and patriotism will be something that we consider like when there's nothing else to consider. We all need to, it's a responsibility
difficult, but we'll
for
get there.
all of us.
I mean, I've had calls
Yes.
for years, and people saying, Kojo, you have it all going into national politics. I was like, what do you see in me that you feel that qualifies me to go into politics and then also national leadership? Charlie, be fine, boy. Charlie, you get the structure. You talk so late. Then the one that kills me most, George, is that Charlie, boys for chop. Make you go there. Then we go get something. We go chop.
That's the mindset.
So I feel that has been able to, that is what people are riding on now. Not as, oh, George is cut out with such quality.
George can deliver.
Can deliver and do this.
Yes.
So, and we feel that within our constituency or community, we need such a person with such expertise to be able to champion this cause for us. And if we give George 4 years, by the time he leaves office, probably there will be tremendous transformation. No, we're not looking about that one.
It's true.
The no confuse that be what we are looking at. So it shouldn't be that case. And as I indicated, it should be a national conversation where we reorient the mindset of the youth.
We need to, you see, whilst it being a national conversation, we need to also change the system. System in the sense that we all know young people. You've started, you finished school with someone, then the person moves into politics within 4 years. The person is driving a car. The person has been given a bungalow.
Your opinion, I cannot.
The person has been given a bungalow. The person has got certain interests that he or she is working with. And then you look at a teacher who's been working for 10 years, who is still struggling to buy a car. A nurse still struggling to buy. So we need to change the entire system if we want to have that national conversation. But that's a conversation for another day.
But George,
Yes,
to add
Laura,
to that,
quickly, yes.
you get it. It still comes to the point of we ourselves not insisting on what we are due. The person who has been given that bungalow, who has been given that car, is supposed to make your life better.
Yes. By the stroke of a pen.
But you end up in your own capacity going to take your nokofio from him or her.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, your responsibility, your rights, you succeed. You've ceded that to the person.
On an individual term.
Yes, on an individual term. And there are lots of individuals.
Yes.
So, like, you sit here, like what you were saying, I've had a lot of calls. Oh, you want to go and contest and all that. I always say in life, you never say never. But when I look at how transactional politics has become, and the poverty in the constituency I come from, if I have that money, I'd rather go and do something there.
Directly.
Than go and give it to individuals who just make a decision. So at the end of the day, look, I was sad in one regional election from constituency to regional, and I saw young people taking loans to give to delegates. Yes.
For real?
You go for loans?
That's the reality. You know, so I was talking to them, I was like, look, if you make this thing about money, the moment you get there, you are human.
Yeah, you will corrupt.
You have all these loans to pay. What are you going to use to fulfill your promises? And you are looking at me. Look, definitely, when you call people, by our tradition, when you call people for a meeting, they didn't ask you to call them.
You didn't give them something.
But that's the extent to which we do it. It's something we all need to watch. So if I have to spend my life savings getting a slot to come and serve, you think when I get in there, I won't look at getting it back before taking care of it?
Oh, you will, actually.
And
That's the system we run.
Because everything has become transactional.
Unfortunately, Unfortunately. You said another interesting thing for you was the women.
So there's a suggested or recommended amendment that all women within the, it was only women organizers that were voting for. Women organizers. I mean, it's fair that we all take this, because at the end of the day, the women's organizer is not going to be an organizer for only women organizers. It's going to be championing the welfare, well-being, the women agenda within the party. And I mean, every woman who has been trusted enough to be made a delegate should be able to have a stake in that. And I think it's a fair recommendation, but that's up to conference to agree or disagree.
All right. And then there's motion 6. Motion 6 says that Article 6.1, which is also another interesting one, says that amend Article 6.1 of the Constitution to increase the polling station executive from 5 to 7, who are all to be elected, making about that's compromising the chairperson, the secretary, organizer, women's organizer, youth organizer, communication officer, and then the electoral affairs officer. So you're moving from 5 to 7. I've heard others argue that why don't we make it 9? Because the argument for the 9 is that your opponent is around 9. So at least just have something that will match up, if not 9, but even more than 9.
It's not a matter of numbers, it's a matter of effectiveness and efficiency. And if you go through, it used to be just chairperson, secretary organizer, women's organizer, youth organizer. But there's an introduction of communications officer, an electoral affairs officer.
Yes.
You get it?
And
Because
all these people are elected.
because they have to be elected. They must earn it. I support some will argue that you may not get the caliber of people depending on how elections go. So you need to bring in some appointees to balance the scale. There are also some places that there's supposed to be regional balance or tribal balance. All those dynamics come in. But we've also gotten to a point where our democracy has to go. People must earn positions that they push in for. Like I was telling someone, before I got into national comms, I was vetted.
Okay.
I wasn't just called in to go, I was vetted. I went through a process before being added to the team. I needed to prove myself as to what I was bringing on board. And I just didn't suddenly start being on bigger platforms as a stand. I started from smaller places, and today I've ended to be. If you are really for the party, because if you can't win an election at a polling station, so that's also what stretches into the conversation of one man, one vote. So it's like, let's all take the decision. Let's all come together and elect the people we think can do well for us and all that. But then it also comes to delegate management system, cost implications, and all those things. But in all this, we can all make our suggestions. But it comes to conference to decide whether these ones, will inure to the benefit of the party or not, because those are the people we've chosen to make decisions for us.
I think the financial implication on aspirants is a daunting one.
Not aspirants per se, even the structure of the party.
So if we make every position within a political party
elected,
contestable, it's a tough one.
It comes with its own downside.
Yes.
And it comes with its own downside, but does it also solve?
So what problem do we really want to solve with the appointment of communication officers and then also probably electoral officers?
There's one on communication officers. So we'll come to that one.
Yes.
That's, I think, that's on motion 9. But for this particular one is to...
For the polling station.
For the polling station.
Is at the polling station level.
Yes. The polling station. So it's every position from the base.
So
elected.
The polling station. The polling station is actually the heartbeat of the whole system. It's like, it's a small area. Everyone knows the other person. So if you have your communications going down there, because if you are electing a communications officer, like you, Kojo, you're a governance expert, George is into media, journalism and all that. Who would be best fit to be a communications officer? So some of those roles are key, because then it trickles down from national to the lowest level. Because one of the challenges we had in the run-up to the election is communicating our successes. It didn't go down. It didn't go well. I won't say it didn't go down. It didn't go as far as it should have.
It's expected it to go.
Wow.
And you know, once you have the communications officer there too, there's a feedback system.
Okay.
Because the moment the person starts, and it makes it easier to even do small community engagements, dawn broadcasts, and all that and the feedback comes up. Just as it goes down, the feedback comes up, and it makes it easier to decipher some of those things. Because look, we are a very diverse country. In a place like Savannah, like this, we have like 22 key languages. You get it?
Yeah.
So you can go into a community, think that the major language in the region is Gonja. You're speaking Gonja there. But the man sitting there who speaks probably Safalba, Wala, all the other languages, even Twi, Ewe. There are some areas that you go in Savannah. The second language is Ewe.
Oh, really?
Yes. Around the central Gonja area because of the fisher folk.
Okay.
You know. So these dynamics, and the person at the polling station who deals with them on daily basis, why are assemblymen that influential? Because they live with the
They
people.
live with the people. They are with the people down there.
You know, so some of these things, on their face value, it may look like, oh, just giving positions, but if you're going to make it work, that's the way to go.
Okay. All right. And the 9 I talked about earlier says that amend Article 7592 and then 10.
That's which motion?
That's motion 9. Yeah. And then 1073 of the Constitution to make communication officers at all levels of the party elected. From the polling station, electoral area, constituency,
And at the national
regional,
level.
and at the national level. And at the national level, the communication officer shall be the director of communications. So that one too will be elected. That's an interesting one. As of now, what they have is that they are all appointed. Yes.
The communications directorate,
Yes.
just like the admin, the administrator is also appointed. There are a few other appointments to run the secretariat of the thing, but that's the evolution we are talking about. Communication has gone beyond just PR.
Let's listen to the reasoning of the committee for this one. It says that the appointment of the communication officer has in many instances been fraught with a lot of challenges occasioned by perception of favoritism and lack of candor. Now, making the position elective will afford the party's delegates to select persons that they think can best communicate for the party. For the avoidance of doubts, the deputy director of communications too shall remain appointed.
So this one, and I'll tell you from, I'm a communicator.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's fantastic. But the reason behind it is a bit problematic.
Okay. What's the reason of that?
Because
Why is
if
that-
we're
why is that a
talking
problem?
about favoritism, the person is going for an election. People will definitely fund the person, not necessarily financial. The person needs people to endorse their forms. The person needs people that will give them some clout to win the election from the various levels. So it's a bit tricky with communications. So you're going to have someone who is supposed to be for everyone. We're human.
Yeah.
For everyone, talk for everyone. Like we go into the studio. When we're in power, if an issue comes, whether I like the person or I don't like the person, mine is to push the position of government and the position of party. Now that we are in opposition, once I'm introduced as a communicator for the New Patriotic Party, mine is to push the position and what the party believes in. But we're having this discussion because conference hasn't decided yet.
Yes.
The moment conference decides, we can have this conversation.
Okay.
I have to defend what conference has decided. But until conference decides.
It's open.
Just as the opinion has been put there. So it's a bit tricky. I mean, like I said, letting people earn positions is fantastic. But are you also, especially at the national level, are you going to put people in there who have gone, like they put it, struggled and won their election? Then you want to them, because whilst they are going to contest, they will make promises.
Yes.
They will put out a manifesto.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So I win. Then General Secretary, you come and tell me they're going to do this press conference. When I went to tell the party people, so another. So if you don't fulfill your manifesto promise,
If I understand you,
you are out.
You would prefer that it's appointed, so that
For me,
so that there will be some controls
at least
and checks.
at the national level.
But so then, if
You know,
it is that is it.
At the national level, I think.
Okay.
Communication.
You get it?
Yeah.
I think at the national level.
So you see, now even if you contest.
No, Kojo, let me explain to you. Has anybody made an announcement? We have a party administrator.
Yes.
Right.
Who is appointed?
We have a director of IT.
Yes. Who is appointed?
We have director of elections.
Finance
Who
as
is
well.
appointed?
We have director of finance.
Who is also appointed?
Why are we not electing them?
But those
They
run
are cross-cutting.
Yeah.
Those are institutional
Yeah.
director of marketing. You go and vote for the person. You voted for the people at that high level, but the operational people should be people that, no matter the differences at that level,
So
those operational duties, even though the appointment comes at its own.
So now it's up to the party to identify whether the communications office falls under operational or administrative.
So
that better
at the regional, at the constituency, there are people who do administration, but you don't hear of them.
Yeah.
You don't hear of them because at the level, it's a smaller level. So the treasurer is able to do certain things. The secretary is able to, but the secretary gets his own assistants to help. Exactly. I mean, obviously, by running it by the regional executive committee or the constituency.
Yeah.
But then there's appointed communication director. Director is Kakre Samoa.
Yeah. But did Sami go for election?
Yes.
Like director of legal.
Legal, yeah.
Yes. Sami went for the election.
We should go and
vote
at the national level. Go and vote for director of legal. So if you didn't support me, when you're in Shinkan, you are toast. Human nature. And as in our constitution, we believe in the supreme dignity of man.
Yeah.
But you know, from the base to the top. Now, if the base is elected, and then the top, as you are suggesting, is appointed, you think that an elected officer would submit to an appointed officer?
When the regional executives, constituency executives, when they are moving to the region, when the region is supposed to coordinate the constituencies.
Yeah.
They feed everything to the region, whether they voted for the person or not, right? But at the national level, when it comes to administration, I mean, General Secretary is the head of administration. But when it comes to submitting things, they submit it through the directors.
Okay. Okay.
When it comes to the circulation of things,
so in other
it's the
words,
operational
there's
staff
the
that do the
administrative
running around.
there's the administrative aspect of that communication,
Yes.
and then there is that political or partisan aspect.
So unless you want to
of
elect
yes.
a
So
director
we should be
and
able to, the
appoint,
party should be able to.
So that's
That dichotomy needs to be broken.
so that's why we're having conference.
As to when you are elected or appointed as communications director, are you going to be that kind of giving that political stance of as a person, or you are really going to do the normal social, what do you call it, corporate level kind of administration, less like the legal and the rest of them are also doing? That is the issue. You get it?
But what are we doing? What does the communications directorate do? Right. So as it stands now, there's a director.
yes.
Right. There are 5 deputy directors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're one of them.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's Krobia, Koko,
okay.
Jennifer, Rabi.
Yeah.
There are 5 of them. No. So you have these 5 people. Then you have communicators.
Okay.
So you have national level communicators, regional level
Regional,
communicators, constituency level communicators. Right. So whatever has to be resources goes from the national level to the constituency level to the regional. And so as a director is appointed.
Okay.
It's part of, I think, the 7 that are is it 7 or so that are appointed?
From the 5 to the 7. Yeah.
You know, so their vice, there's a chairman, vice chairperson at the regional level, and I think they appoint about 7. So
Okay.
I think deputy secretary is even at the contested at the regional level. So there are about 6 director that is appointed.
Okay.
But
I think that stays that,
even with that, so the regional communications director feeds into the national, the constituency feeds into the regional.
Yeah.
Some of these amendments are coming because of some happenings that have gone on, lessons that have learned, resources that were supposed to go to certain places, right? So even with how much more when the person has to go and look for resources to contest to win at the national level, you know? Because for the polling station level, that responsibility at that small area, there's someone you can easily know that, look, the person put themselves up for this position.
Exactly.
Put themselves up for this position. Man, the of them are popular acclamation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because it's so close knit,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But another suggestion that is coming is to also look at the electoral area system. Because all we have are electoral area coordinators who coordinate the polling stations.
Yeah.
But now, you know, it's like for the EC system, is polling station electoral area constituent. Suggestion to also look at that area coordinator.
Is the
Or also
coordinator
have-
appointed?
Come again.
The electoral area coordinator in the MPP, are they called elected or
I think
appointed?
so. Yes, I need to check.
Because I've spoken, George, I've spoken to quite a number of some of
yes,
them.
I think they are
area
Area
coordinators.
coordinators, yes.
And their challenge is that they are, I think, appointed. Why should we submit to you the appointed
because
authority.
we look for resources to win our. No matter how small, that's not small election.
They have issues. They have issues over there. They have a lot of
small issues, but it's human nature.
Like you are supervising us. However, we fought for our position with resources. You are sitting somewhere, probably by dint of either your hard work or your connection to whoever you know. We just come in and then you have their own set of executives. But do you think that is going to really prolong and the numbers are going to be too much of that sort? But at least if the coordinator is also elected, then you know that the position that I'm going for is something that I fought for. And when I am coordinating activities and persons within the police stations, then I have the power to be able to do that. But they have issues. The coordinators who are coordinating activities and managing persons' emotions are appointed at that level, also have issues. So if you really want to expand it, then let us also have them elected, and then also the communication officers also elected. George,
that's going to be an interesting one. All right, so understand that we're getting the feed now, and we're taking you over to.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I like the energy. Thank you very much. Western region. The best come from the west. Western region. Chairman Indedesia and your people, where are you? Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Now, Central, where are you? Where are you? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We can feel you. Thank you. Now to the heartbeat of the New Patriotic Party, Ashanti region. Ashanti region. Ashanti region. Chairman Bernard MC Yako, Chairman Wantoma, and your people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now to the host region. Let us feel your energy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The National Treasurer just delivered our financial report. All those in favor of the motion, can I hear a big aye? All those who are not in favor, can I hear no? Ayes have it. Thank you very much. The report is adopted.
Thank you, conference. God bless us all.
Now, let's call for the party anthem to warm us up. Anytime you hear the party anthem, all must be on your feet. Thank you. All of us must be on our feet. We are the New Patriotic Party. The elephant is our winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana. The elephant is our winning symbol. We shall win. To save Ghana. The elephant is the winning
Cynthia Atta, his second vice, and Mr. George Amwa, the national organizer. The delegation from the Great Consolidated Popular Party, GCPP.
Krudu. Chairman of Congress, kindly permit me to stand on existing protocols to bring you greetings from the only party in Ghana that has stayed true to the ideals and values of its concept of domestication, the Great Consolidated Popular Party. Our 2024 flag bearer, Dr. Daniel Augustus Latte Jr., also extends his heartfelt greetings to you all. Let me begin by congratulating the organizing committee for a great work done so far. Today marks a very important journey in the life of the MPP. Your conduct and decisions today will determine whether the party will
All right, welcome back. And we're current live the NPP annual University of Ghana Sports Stadium. And you had us coming up from there. We've had some bit of challenges connectivity there, and that's being worked on. When we get the signals out, once again, we'll take you back there to continue with that particular coverage. This is GBC News. We're also live on the internet at gbcghanaonline.com. On Facebook, it's Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Now, everything is set and ready, and it's currently going on at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. But I guess they're still here with us. I have Loratu Musa Saka, who is a member of the NPP communication team, and then I also have Kojo Isiama Ado, who is a governance and political analyst, and we've been talking about some of the recommendations in there, within the motions in there, and some of the amendment that is expected to go on. If everything goes well, I mean, they're going to have about 56 of these amendments that have been recommended, which will take effect. And if that happens, this is going to change a lot of things for the New Patriotic Party, as they're expected to make some changes in their constitution. But also, there's an interesting one too on, I think, motion 10. Motion 10, that says that Articles 710 and then 97 amend Articles 710 and 97 of the Constitution to prevent party officers who get appointed into government from continuing to hold their national offices. The reasoning behind that is that party officers who are appointed into government shall not be allowed to hold dual positions. So long as they have accepted the appointment to serve in government, they should focus on their mandate in government and give opportunity for others or other competent party members to occupy their position in the party. It is also in line with the provision in Clause 10 of the Article 7 and then Clause 7 of Article 9, which are intended to ensure that the government appointees do not hold constituency, regional and national executive offices. It's an interesting one. So
It's a fair motion.
okay. Okay.
You know, because government positions go beyond party interest.
Yeah,
Right.
that's true.
So you can't
Hold it to.
behold the two. It's not like being a member of parliament and being a minister that is enshrined in our constitution. And also it's the same focus. The moment you become a member of parliament, you're serving the whole constituency at the national level, even though you go on the ticket of a party, a political party, because you need to be sponsored by a political party. It's just as if you are going for presidential.
Yes.
You become a president for the nation, not just for the New Patriotic Party or the party that sponsored you. But as a party executive, your interest, your agenda is the supreme interest of the party. And you have to be a check on the government you sponsored. So you can't be in there and also be the check. It doesn't work. I think it's a fair.
Okay.
And also to give opportunities
For
to others. It's just fair.
All right.
I mean,
Could you?
you can't be loading one person with a lot of responsibilities when they are equally competent people who can step in.
Okay.
Yeah,
Could you?
for years now, political parties in Ghana, we narrow down to the NPP and the NDC. What they've been doing is that if you're a party executive, when you have the opportunity to serve the good people of Ghana, you either on a board, you are drafted, you are given certain positions, so that at least then you can also
Could you just to
support
cut
them.
in? Boards are not necessarily appointments per se.
Boards.
Boards. I mean, you're appointed on it,
Yes.
but you don't have. You are just more like doing strategic direction. You don't have a day-to-day.
Now
Oh
it's
yes,
involved
obviously.
in
Oh yes,
legislation.
oh yes, oh yes, exactly.
So I don't think
that I am
this
aware.
should apply to
Oh,
board.
that I am aware. That I
Okay.
am aware. But what I'm saying is that we should be able to separate
Okay.
governance from
party
party
politics.
issues, and there should be people whose everyday job is to make sure that the party is running.
Yes.
Running
Yes.
concurrently with the government, but they do not have that influence in government. So that those who are also appointed as ministers, deputy ministers, ambassadors
Focus.
would also have focus and know that this is what I'm doing. Because listen, these are two different things altogether. One, you want to touch base with party loyalists and faithfuls who you know that you share the same ideology with. But immediately you transcend into a transition into figure. So pushing out your thought strategically or otherwise should have that all-encompassing mindset to know that I'm leading a nation, a cross-section of people in a nation. So if you have that double role, it becomes very, very difficult. Very, very, very difficult. But the question is, I've had issues and people have what is supposed to be done. General secretaries and chairmen, particular party chairmen are cabinet meetings. They attend cabinet meetings as well to know what is going on. So at least they can also have whether you are pushing the party's interest at the cabinet level.
Kojo,
yes.
The party sponsor candidates.
Yes.
The candidates comes on the back of a manifesto that is sanctioned by the party. So the custodians of that manifesto need to be sure. That's why I said the party is a check on the government sponsored.
On paper.
Come again.
On paper.
No, I mean in terms,
is it like that?
No, I'm not talking about the national level. The party sponsor the government.
Sure.
Yes, you are responsible for state issues, national issues. You become national officers. Let me put it in that context. But you came on the back of certain promises sanctioned by the party based on the ideology of the party. So the general secretary and the chairman, who are the main focal points for making sure that the party stays the way it is, and the candidate or the government that was sponsored fulfills the promises the party made to the people, they check on you. Not to say that they determine what is done as states or what necessarily the decisions that the president or his appointee should take. But you came on the back of a certain social contract with the people of Ghana in the name of the new patriotic party. So we need to be sure. You know, as for, we can come as a party and say, oh, the system is that there's a minister, there's a deputy minister, there's a chief director, the directors. You can't just come and say you are changing everything. That is how the public service and the civil service operates. At the presidency, the president can decide that I want this person here, that person here, that person here. But those things that you are doing, the people you are putting in there, do they have the party interest? But we can come and say, oh, the civil servant or the public servant, unlike what is happening now, who has gone through public service commission or has been employed by civil service, you are going to alter what they do. You can't just come and say you are, and if you even realize for ministries and other agencies, sometimes it's just the name in addition to the focus, but the original mandate of the ministry is not altered much. Sometimes it's just a split for efficiency. Sometimes it's just a consolidation for efficiency. But the core mandate that the civil servants and the public servants run on is really not touched that much, unless there's a legislation or a law that does that. So the party needs to be sure. So it may be a bit off when people say, oh, the general secretary and the chairman to dictate. They are there to be sure that the social contract they sponsor,
they serve an interest.
You are serving, you are fulfilling it.
They actually serve an interest in there.
So they don't have a voice?
Come again?
They don't have a voice?
No, but obviously at the party level, like the manifestos that we have.
Well, you think they have a voice?
Obviously, they'll have a voice. Obviously, they'll have a voice.
They have a voice.
Well, it's the interest of the party.
But where is the voice coming from? Is that
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. But my issue is that immediately you transition into a government, let us have that separation and know that these persons are pushing the agenda of the political party. these set of persons
So that's
are
the
also
amendment.
doing. So I am all for it.
Okay.
I am totally for it, because I have not supported where party members are
Double agents
happening. So I am for it, and I believe that conference will be able to give its vote to it, so that
right.
but it would also not come easily. Other people are going to be paying.
be interested.
We will quickly go back for the feed. I understand that we have a clearer feed now, so let's just go back for the feed for the continuation.
Party to enhance our democracy. We also hope that after this conference, your party will appreciate the importance of having two surviving former presidents among you and adequately consult them to help build your party strong. Don't need them outside them to be able to bring a strong opposition party. We hope that after this conference, you live here united and not divided. God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Basa mushere nyina akwa galamse azankwa yeba tisi petrol so azankwa omoba ye azan of our young men, our TESCOM fraternity. I can see you. You are duly acknowledged. Chairman Ousu Seche and your people, Ahafo region, you are duly acknowledged. We also acknowledge our hard working. Ireland, Italy, Japan, Nigeria, Norway, Middle East, Qatar, Senegal, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Kingdom, and Russia. All our 30 external branches, you are duly welcome to this conference. Kukudu! Kukudu! Again, to all our National Council members of elders, we acknowledge your presence. We thank you very much for this occasion. Some important former Minister of Education, he contributed to the success of this event. Honorable Yao Edichum is here with us. We thank you. Again, MP for Abetifi, former Minister in charge of Agriculture, Honorable Brian Echampong, thank you very much for your support. Again, we also have our own engineer, former General Secretary, Mr. Kwabena Ejay Ejapon, also Boachi Ejako is also here with us. We again acknowledge and the efforts, the support, the contribution of the former MP for Asin Central, Openia Waya MP da Awa Asin Central, and Bebre. Honorable Kennedy Akompreko Japan. Honorable, thank you very much for your support. Conference is grateful for your massive support. Thank you very much. Let's also acknowledge the efforts, the support, the phenomenal contribution of the former Vice President of the Republic, the former presidential candidate 2024, and his spouse, Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia. Thank you very much for your support.
Don't just stand there and watch.
Let me also acknowledge the presence and support of the former Energy Minister, the former running mate, Honorable, for your support. Former MMDCs, you are duly acknowledged. Former MPs, you are welcome. Former parliamentary candidates, you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. TESCON! Hello, TESCON!
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Liberal Party of Ghana, LPG. Madam Sophia Apalu, Mr. Jerry Owusu, Mr. William Ano, Mr. Kwesi Ameyao, and Miss Emanuela Sefi. The delegation is led by Mr. Jerry Owusu, who is the General Secretary of the Liberal Party of Ghana. Let's give them a round of applause. LPG.
When you hear LPG for the second time, you respond, Someha, not Someha, Nayankonkwa. LPG. LPG.
The former president, J.A. Kufuor, the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the former vice president, Dr. Alhaji Mahmudu Bawumia, and all protocols duly observed. We bring you greetings from the Liberal Party of Ghana. Mr. Percival Kofi Apalu would have loved to be here himself, but duty calls elsewhere. Our national chairperson also wishes everybody well. NPP, this is not the first time being in an opposition. We know you've been responsible opposition party, and we know you continue to be responsible. This day is a great day. We are wishing you well. We wish the conference ends smoothly so everybody goes home safely. There is something happening in the country, and as an opposition party, we are concerned, very worried, as we allowed a party denigrate a former government, said all manner of lies about the former government. Things are happening now. Things are really happening now. And I'm urging NPP as the major opposition party to stand up, because people lied against you and your appointees. I have not heard anything about what is really happening with Delight funding from the National Cathedral that the NDC intend calling it National whatever Cultural Center. A lot of eminent members, their images were tarnished, and we sit aloof and watch while Deloitte said they have not done anything wrong. They did not spend any Ghana's money. What are we doing as opposition parties? We need to rise. We need to put in effort. The people lie, and they are now putting Ghanaians in captivity. Asofo ayegu manimase, especially Asofo Victor Kusi, Papa fa NDC for born nature omo na omo nim dia na omo ye.
I know from today, MPP is going to stop Matthew Macau and all those stuff and start fighting for Ghana. We are all in politics fighting for our mother Ghana. So if we sit aloof and point fingers at ourselves and watch NDC and the government put us into captivity, where are we going as a nation? I am urging everybody here. We have the voice. Let us not be afraid of what happened at Ablekuma. Not. Let's not be frightened. The voice of the people is the voice of the Lord. We will match them as opposition parties, and we will not be afraid. They might have whatever number, they might think of whatever they intend doing, but will not materialize. Let's not forget what they are doing with our Chief Justice. We need to be more vocal. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make it a great nation.
Thank you so much for the message. And finally, we are the new patriotic party. We are a center-right ideological party. And we are supported here today by the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and the Christian Democratic Union from Anna and Dr. Joseph Damo, the program director, as they give us their well-wish message.
Your Excellencies, honored dignitaries, and party members from all over Ghana, it is with great pride that I stand here before you today to reaffirm the heartfelt cooperation between MPP and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, or KAS in short, a German political foundation that is committed to the fostering of democratic and political exchange across countries and that has been active in Ghana since 60 years. Our collaboration with MPP spans decades and is built on a common foundation: the belief in democratic participation for every citizen, the power of a market-orientated economy that allows prosperity for everybody, and the responsibility of the state for its people. We are honored to support the vision of MPP, a vision of a Ghana where opportunities, freedom, and dignity are not privileges, but the right of every citizen. All over the world, we are currently navigating challenging times where trust in institutions is increasingly under pressure. In both Ghana and Germany, we are called to find new ways to remain responsive to the everyday concerns of our citizens, be it jobs, education, security, or social democratic forces across continents. As we look ahead, let us continue to stand together, KAS and NPP, in pursuit of a common goal: a democratic future marked by peace, by prosperity, and the well-being of all people. Thank you very much.
And with that, we come to the end of the messages from all our well-wishers. Thank you, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and the Christian Democratic Union. Next, we have messages from internal personalities. I hand over now to my co-MC, the interesting, amazing Henry Nanabuachi.
Thank you very much. Kukudu! Kukudu! Thank you very much. Now we will receive a message from the young, dynamic General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, your General Secretary, my General Secretary, everybody's General Secretary, lawyer, Justice, Frimpong, Kodia is the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party. Chairman for conference, our revered Chairman Dankwa Smith Bute, Your Excellencies, the former President J. Kufuor, and former President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency, the former Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mohammed Baumia, and your spouse, Her Excellency Hajia Samira Baumia, members of Steering Committee, members of National Executive Committee, members of National Council, our dear delegates of the annual Delegates Conference, our revered minority leader, our members of Parliament, our revered National Council of Elders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to present the state of our party to delegates. We went into our elections in 2024. Our hope, our prayer was for us to win the elections. But as the will of God is not the will of man, we couldn't win the elections. After our defeat, the party never sat down. The party, through National Council, the second highest decision-making body of the party, constituted a committee referred to as the Elections Review Committee, chaired by Professor Aaron Michael Kwe, to go around the country to inquire from the rank and file of our party and to ascertain the reasons why we couldn't win the elections in 2024. The committee completed their work and reported to the National Council somewhere in April. The committee made several recommendations, some involving amendment to our constitution. And based on that, the National Council, which is the second highest decision-making body of our party, constituted the Amendment Committee chaired by lawyer Frank Davis to look at proposals from Professor Aaron Michael Kwe's committee, to look for proposals in 2021 when we met in Kumasi, to also receive proposals from our external branches, our TESCOM, our youth wing, and from the rank and file of the party. The committee completed their work, and in line with
Article 19 of our Constitution, we are here today to look at the proposals that were submitted to the Amendment Committee, which has been grouped into motions, which is made up of 56 motions for National Delegates Conference to take the decisions on the motion. Today we are gathered here as National Delegates Conference, but it's important that we also, just as the National Treasurer said, just as the National Organizer also said, to show our esteemed appreciation to some personalities who made it possible for us to meet today at conference. Indeed, the party is extremely grateful to our former Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bamia, for the massive support he gave to us to be able to organize this conference. With a round of applause, let's show appreciation to the former Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bamia. Again, we also want to show our deepest appreciation to our former Member of Parliament, Ascent Central, Honorable Kennedy Akopra Ejapon, for the massive contribution he also made it possible for our conference to come on. We are also grateful to our MP for Abetifi, Honorable Brian Echampo, for us to be able to hold this conference, and for the support, the work that you did. Madam former Chief of Staff, we are also very grateful for the work that you did for us. Ladies and gentlemen of Congress, today marks the beginning of our quest, of our journey of recapturing power in 2028. And today is a very important day for us, a very important exercise that we are going to undertake today. And whatever decision that we are supposed to take today, do not look at individuals, do not look at personalities, but look at the interests of the New Patriotic Party. As National Council took several decisions, I report to conference that the National Council, after several deliberations, several consultations, 2026, the party shall hold its presidential primaries. And we know it is something that is fully supported by conference. It is for good reasons that as a party, as we prepare for the 2028 elections, we need to quickly do away with all our internal elections so that we have enough time to unite as a party and prosecute the agenda of winning the elections in 2028. Ladies and gentlemen of the conference, the party not long ago also established what we refer to as the Patriotic Institute. And the Patriotic Institute is a game changer for our party. An institute that is going to train, give orientation to all the rank and file of our party, for us to appreciate and understand the history of our party, our ideology, and also to equip our communicators on how to communicate effectively and send our information to the whole country. Not long ago, the National Executive Committee of the party, they satisfied with the decision by the Electoral Commission to the whole election process. And as the party took the decision, it it was done for good reasons. Because National Executive Committee, upon all the information, the evidence that were adduced at NEC, came to the firm conclusion that in all our scanned copies of our pin sheets in the 281 polling stations, which gave us a clear winning of 414 votes. And therefore, we were surprised that the Electoral Commission decided to call for a rerun. On principle, we felt that it was a wrong decision and it's a bad precedent being set by the Electoral Commission. And this is very dangerous for our one area that the party is very, very, very serious about is discipline in our party. Let us all understand that today we are national officers of the party, we are members of parliament, we are members of council of elders, but people who have occupied these positions before. And therefore, those who have intentions, officers, we must understand that our individual interests cannot override the supreme interest of the New Patriotic Party. And therefore, any person who has any intention to lead our party must respect the structures of our party and must respect the authority of the New Patriotic Party. I call on new conference that the party has clearly given directives, and until we officially open nominations, it's going to pave the way for us to have victory in 2028. And as a party, we must look each other in the eye and remember who we are. We are not broken. We are not defeated. Neither have we lost. We are builders. We are dreamers. We are fighters. We are servants of the Ghanaian people. So we believe in development, in freedom. We believe in responsibilities. We believe in enterprise. We believe in the future of Ghana. Ghana needs us. The youth are watching us. The farmers are watching us. The traders are watching us. Let us fight as one body with one identified vision and ambition to make sure that this abysmal performance from the NDC government, Ghanaians are looking for alternatives. And Ghanaians want to come back to MPP. Ghanaians know that our government offers the better solutions to their problems. But at the end of the day, they want to vote for an opposition party that is ready for power. And therefore, actions, inactions that seeks to divide us, that bring acrimony, that bring tension to us, needs to be relegated so that Ghanaians will see us as a proper, responsible and viable opposition party that will wrestle them from the misery that they are going under the watch of His Excellency John Mahama and the NDC government. Ghanaians are asking the NDC questions. Ghanaians are asking President John Mahama, you promised us that you are going to reset the country for the better. You made noise about Ghana. You got certain civil society groups to come after our administration under His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Today, what is the state of Galamsey in Ghana? To the extent that in his own backyard, in his own constituency, Galamsey is everywhere. Galamsey there, Galamsey where, Galamsey everywhere in Bale Bamboy constituency. President Mahama, Ghanaians are also asking you, what is the position of the NDC on the LGBTQ bill. You have gone silent on it, and Ghanaians are asking questions. Religious bodies are asking questions. That the promise that you made, that when we are waiting for you. And again, Ghanaians are asking that we are suffering with your D level. The hardship on us is something which is very unbearable. And Ghanaians are asking questions on your government. Ghanaians never knew that your research meant mass terminations of appointments. People who have worked in government institutions without necessarily having any political affiliations have been told to go home under your government. Is it the 24-hour economy you promised us, which meant mass dismissal and termination of appointments? Fellow Kukudais, ladies and gentlemen, let our answer be loud. Let it be clear. Let it be bold. Yes, yes, the new Patriotic Party is ready. The new Patriotic Party will use this conference as a tool in our attempt to recapture power in 2028. And with a united front, devoid of individualism, I can assure you, I can tell you that in 2028, victory is coming. In 2028, the new Patriotic Party will win the elections. In 2028, Ghana will see the new Patriotic Party in the helm of affairs. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Very energetic message from the General Secretary. Quick introductions. We also want to acknowledge our father, our uncle. He is a founding member of the New Patriotic Party, former treasurer, and he is the chairman for the National Council of Elders. Our own father, Honorable Hakman Owusu-Agyemang, thank you very much. We thank you very much for coming. Former chairman, former campaign manager, Chairman McMahon, thank you. Former national youth organizer, former national organizer, former general secretary, John Buedu, thank you very much. Former national chairman, Honorable Freddie Wasima-Wuble, and the longest serving leader in parliament. He was a minority leader, he became a majority leader. Honorable Osei Che Mensa Bonsu. Honorable Osei Che Mensa Bonsu, thank you very much for gracing this occasion. National Second Vice Chairperson, Madame Rita Talata Sobaya is here. National Third Vice Chairperson, Alhaj Masawudu. Chairman Buga Buga. Chairman, thank you very much for coming. National Nasara Coordinator is here, Alhaj Aziz Futa. And again, the National Youth Organizer, Salam Mustafa, is also here. Kate Jamfua is the National Women's Organizer. National Treasurer just delivered his report. Again, before I call on the next speaker, let me acknowledge the leadership in Parliament. They are doing an excellent work in Parliament. Led by the Osahene Alexander Afenyo-Markin, we have the Deputy Minority Leader as our own mother, Honorable Patricia Apeje, MP Asoka. Chief Whip, MP in Sanwom, is also Honorable Frank Ano Dompre. Deputy Chief Whips, Honorable Habib Idrisu Tolon and Jerry Ahmed Shaibu Weja. On that note, let me welcome our leader in Parliament, the leader of the mighty minority, the man who is doing so well, the young man making waves, Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, to give us a message from our Parliament. Honorable Kwamina Afenyo-Markin. You are welcome to deliver a statement from our parliament. Anyongle male jata ela ofiade ela ola oside o ma lo 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 Anyo Oglidali Jata ne Ela ofiade Ela ola oside o of our great party, Your Excellency President John Ajay Kufuor, Your Excellency former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency former Vice President and former flag bearer of our party, Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia, and your dear spouse, our respected former running mate of our dear party, members of the diplomatic corps, national executives of our great party, distinguished members of the Council of Elders, second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, colleagues in leadership, honorable minority members of Parliament, regional executives, constituency executives, distinguished delegates, gentlemen. Let us recall the piercing wisdom of our revered former President John Ajay Kufuor. It is better to be a cleaner in a party in power than the General Secretary of a party in opposition. As we gather in the shadow of our 2024 defeat, a loss that stings not because we failed, but because Ghana is now paying the price for trusting the NDC's hollow promises. Barely months into their tenure, the NDC's betrayal is glaring. New levies on fuel have spiked pump prices, crushing ordinary Ghanaians. Their vow to reset our nation has become a brazen assault on our judiciary, starting with the shameful vilification of our Chief Justice. Their promise of change, a sham, with schemes afoot to funnel our mineral wealth to their cronies. Worst of all, the questionable Abdulkumanot rerun, where Nana Ekuya-Friye, former MP Hawa Kumsin, and journalists expose their willingness to trample democracy with violence. The message is clear. NDC is a failure. Ghana deserves better. Our 2024 loss, faltering resolve, and a message that didn't connect. Yet this defeat is not our end. It is our crucible, fortifying us for the battles ahead. You must channel this moment of disillusionment into a movement of renewal, turning pain into purpose. Let me share a story that should humble all of us. In 2005, a democratically elected leader stood at the gate of American embassy in New Delhi, holding a valid passport, but facing an insurmountable barrier. The United States had denied Narendra Modi a visa, not for any criminal conviction, but because the world had judged him guilty. Imagine that moment of profound isolation. Here was a man who had won the trust of millions, yet reduced to persona non grata on the global stage. The humiliation was complete. The path forward seemed impossible. But Modi made a choice that day that would define not his future, but the destiny of his party and some 1.5 billion people. Today, that same man commands audience at the G20, addresses joint sessions of the United States Congress, and leads one of the world's most growing economies. Recently, he visited our republic and addressed our parliament, stating, "True democracy promotes discussions and debates. It unites people. It supports dignity and promotes human rights." I couldn't agree more. Modi's journey from global pariah to world statesman offers us, the MPP, a roadmap from our current wilderness to future victory. Modi's resurrection began with a revolutionary principle. In a nation fractured by castes, religious, ethnic, and linguistic differences, he declared, "All the citizens, all the voters are my countrymen." Fellow patriots, look around us this very afternoon. Look at the divisions that have sprouted like weeds since our defeat. We cannot, we must not allow 2024 to become the year that destroyed the MPP. From this moment, we speak with one voice. We move with one resolve. We are not Achim, Ashanti, Fanti, Mamprushi, Gonja, Ga, or Ewe. We are MPP. We marks a pivotal moment in our party's journey. As we gather under the theme, rebuilding together with our values, we are called not only to
reflect but renew. We are called to look inward and ask ourselves the hard questions. Who are we? What binds us? And where are we going? We are in a season that demands sober reflection, radical with vision for the future. We are at a critical juncture as a party, not because our tradition is broken, tested by an electoral defeat, internal tensions, unmet expectations, and the competing ambition of people who want to serve. But let us remind ourselves, ambition must never override party loyalty. Competition must never erode patriotism, and political differences victories has been built on one unshakable conformity. It doesn't mean we all agree on everything. It means loyalty to a shared purpose. It means commitment to the flag, the same values and the same future. The MPP has never been merely a political organization. We are a tradition built on the sweat, sacrifice, and convictions of patriots who came before us. Patriots who believed in liberty, human dignity, the rule of law, and the boundless potential of the Ghanaian people, realized through the active participation of the private sector. Must be our compass, especially now. For us as a party, the Modi story is instructive. The lesson for us is simple. It is possible to rebuild, and leadership is empty without a united party. Like the BJP, we have known both power and opposition. We have faced criticism and internal differences. But unity is the absence of is not the absence of disagreement. It is a decision to prioritize collective strength over individual ambition. If we are to reclaim our position of leadership and trust, we must first reclaim the spirit of unity, discipline, and shared purpose that build this party. We must reconnect with the base, re-engage the grassroots, and rise together, not as isolated contenders, but as unified movement driven by conviction and clarity. Like the BJP, our party too must rediscover the principle and the ethos that define our founding fathers. We must rebuild, yes, but not as a scattered stones. We must rebuild together, brick by brick, anchored in our values and in the unshakable belief that no individual is bigger than the MPP. That belief must reflect our tone, our language, our strategy, and most importantly, in our posture towards one another. Internal discord, suspicions, and disunity have cost us. We must learn from our losses, and we must do so quickly. And I ask again, what are our values? Our party, guided by the enduring motto, development in freedom, stands for democratic accountability, the rule of law, free enterprise, and national self-confidence. Rooted in the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition, we are inspired by a deep sense of perseverance, resilience, and an unyielding faith in Ghana's manifest destiny as a free, just, and prosperous society of opportunities. We believe in building a nation where every Ghanaian, regardless of the circumstance of birth, gender, ethnicity, or religion, must be offered the chance to rise through merit, effort, and enterprise. Our vision of a property-owning democracy has evolved beyond land or housing to mean giving every citizen a stake in national progress. Through education, healthcare, financial inclusion, and decent jobs. Every child and youth must be equipped with the skills, values, confidence, and opportunity to be entrepreneurial or to climb the professional career ladder. From rural development and bold social interventions to industrialization, the MPP remains committed to inclusive growth, law and order, and empowering all Ghanaians to shape their own destinies in a free society. We believe in inclusive growth that lifts farmers, teachers, traders, and students together. We stand for law and order, the bedrock of peace and progress. We uphold democratic accountability where leaders serve, not rule. Because in this party, we believe Ghana's greatness lies in the hands of her people. Your sweat, your courage, and your dreams. In freedom, you the Ghanaian are the author of your destiny. This is our covenant. They are the binding principles of the NPP. The MPP has never been a party of despair. We are a party of destiny. But that destiny will slip from our hands if we allow disunity, bitterness, anger, and self-interest to consume us. Let us end the hate campaigns and the subtle sabotage. It is time to choose unity over ego and party over self. If we fight one another, we will end up falling together. But if we fight for one another, we shall rise together. We have known victory and defeat. We've made mistakes, but we are not a broken party. We are only a battle-tested party. We must not allow current challenges to blur our vision or break our ranks. Yes, we have differences. Yes, we've made mistakes. But we must never forget we are what we stand for and where we are going. Let this be a reminder. No matter how talented a leader is, they are nothing without a united, disciplined, and visionary party behind them. That symbiosis, leader and party rising together, it's what we must seek to achieve. No individual can make it alone. Everyone needs the party. Since the NDC government assumed office in January, we've witnessed a very disturbing development. Intimidation of our party members and a dangerous trend of persecution of our leaders and supporters. These attacks are not random. They are strategic attempts to weaken us, but they will fail. They will fail because our response will be unity. Our motto moving forward from today should be touch one, touch all. When one of us is touched, all of us must rise. We are one family, and the strength of our family is its loyalty in crisis. If we choose unity over ego, purpose over personal ambition, no force can ever stop us in 2028. When we are united, no external force can divide us. But when we are divided, even our strength can be used against us. Rebuilding does not mean avoiding or overlooking maturity. It means refusing to let facts become permanent fractures. It means calling each other back to the center, the core which brought us this far. Your servant in Parliament hereby assure you through me that the MPP caucus remains resolute. We are not retreating. We are strong, united. We shall continue to defend the legacy of our party in Parliament, hold governments accountable, and show the Ghanaian people that will remain the better alternative. To our aspiring candidates, let this be a season of sober reflection. There is room for all of us at the table, but there is no room for selfish ambition. To serve at all costs. Delegates, the future of our party rests in the choices we make today. Let us choose unity over division. Let us all rally around our elected leaders and reignite hope among our base. To our grassroots, you are the lifeblood of this great tradition. Your sacrifices. Hold on. Do not lose hope. We should rise again. The elephant has only stumbled. It has not been defeated. You have never given up on us. And we, your servants in parliament, will never give up on you either. And to our youth, you form the majority, and your energy, your voice, and your ideas. This is your moment. Stay grounded to our values. Stay focused on the bigger picture. Know that the future of this party belongs to you, the Tescon youth, and our youth scattered all over the country. Learn from the elders in parliament. Don't insult them. Engage them. Absorb their wisdom and grow what it stands for. That way, you can also lead with clarity, build with purpose, and sustain the MPP legacy that has been entrusted to you. It is time to stop feeling sorry for ourselves. Yes, we lost 2024 elections in a big way, but let us be clear, this was not a defeat born out of failure. It was a perfect storm from the banking crisis that threatened to collapse our financial system, which we spent billions fixing, restoring confidence and stability, to the global COVID-19 pandemic that brought the world to its knees. Then came the Russia-Ukraine war, unleashing the harshest cost of living crisis in generation. And through it all, we governed with a democratic history, faced this scale of compounded crisis. Yet, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo in the driving seat, we held the line. We do not downplay the struggle the Ghanaian people had to endure, but we should commend them because it was a sacrifices day, including the bondholders made, which led to the big economic recovery we started witnessing from early 2020. Tested best in major crisis. We should not be shy of the mighty gains we made under very difficult circumstances under Nana Akufo-Addo. We fixed the crisis and handed over an economy with stronger GDP growth than what we inherited in 2017. We built historic levels of gold and foreign exchange reserves the current administration is now relying on to prop up the city and support the economy borders. D1F and industrial parks to an emerging automotive sector that positions Ghana as the manufacturing hub of Africa's single market. We expanded health infrastructure, revitalized agriculture, and rolled out STEM so boldly. The STEM education agenda, we successfully rolled it out to equip our youth with skills for the jobs, set Ghana on a nation at the forefront of promising digital economy and after. Fellow patriots, rather than feeling sorry for ourselves, let us face the truth
we took the hard, necessary decisions to save this economy. And now, Muhammad's government is taking propaganda credit, reaping where it has not sown when they talk about resetting. Where it is so-called anything else, they are simply rebranding our achievements and marketing them as their own. Let no one be deceived. The foundation they are standing on was laid by this party, by our sacrifices, by our bold leadership in the face of crisis. So no, this party has no reason to hang its head at all. In closing, I want to reiterate our theme, rebuilding together with our values. It is a charge. It is a call to realign, to renew and to rise together. And we will rise again in unity and in the enduring spirit of our party, our great NPP. And I say to all of you, though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we fear no evil. Let us go back to our roots. Let us rebuild with courage. Let us reimagine our future. The spirit that built this party, a spirit of sacrifice, of loyalty, of conviction. We've done it before. We can do it again. And let it be that by the grace of God, we will. God bless us all. God bless the MPP. And God bless our beloved nation, Ghana. Thank you so much.
The minority leader, the strong and dynamic Honorable Apenyo Markin. We now listen to a message from our immediate past president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The message is going to be read by a very dynamic lady. She's a two-term MP for Ayawaso West Wugon, the very constituency where this stadium, this beautiful edifice is built. She's been a deputy minister before. She has actually received an honorary doctorate, both in the international and national circles. She has received many awards. She has served the NPP with commitment and dedication. And she's the first female chief of staff in Ghana. Let us welcome with a round of applause our own very honorable Akosia Frema Osei Opari as she reads a speech on behalf of the immediate past president.
The acting national chairman of the New Patriotic Party and the national executives, the former president, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor, Hajia Samira Baumia, the minority leader and members of parliament, members of the National Council and members of the Council of Elders, representatives of political parties present, the diplomatic corps, former ministers of state and other government appointees, regional executives, constituency executives, members of TESCON, members of conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I read you the message from His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I feel a profound sense of gratitude for the trust and cooperation conference has shown me from the days of old and most particularly during my tenure as President of the Republic for 2 consecutive terms. It was a great privilege to serve in that capacity on the ticket of our ever-capable new patriotic party. I say ever-capable because of that our non-consecutive periods in government since the 1992 dispensation began. Firstly, President John Ajekunkufo from the 2001 to 2009. And secondly, myself, that is Nana Adodanko Ekufuado, from 2018 to 2025. We have, through it all, demonstrated the resilience of our rank and file against challenges and shown without doubt, as our records have proven, that it is always only under the new patriotic government that Ghana thrives. Today, we gather here at conference as representatives of the teeming mass of party faithfuls across the country to undertake a very important constitutional endeavor. As delegates, it is important to remind ourselves that this crucial representative function for and on behalf of our people transcends being physically present here. Wherever we are from, though we convey here at the University of Ghana, this esteemed institution of learning and history, the acquired sentiments of despair and doubt of the people we are representing today, we most importantly carry their sentiments and expectation and hope. Hope that the key steps we will undertake here will in whole or in part be a formidable effort towards restructuring, rebuilding, and reclaiming the reins of governance of our dear country. And that while the path will not always be easy, we will remain deeply proud of the progress made at every step, the lives we touched, and the hope we inspired. Whilst our present situation has been necessitated by circumstances we cannot ignore, I am optimistic through dialogue, mutual understanding, strong commitment to our principles and values, we can rebuild the bridges and restore the unity that has always been our strength. Fellow delegates, conference must reflect what we want all to know, that ours is not just a political party, it is a family. And as is typical of every family, we must find ways to reconcile differences and ensure that every member has a place at the table and is up and ready to be counted. We must unleash inherent energy amongst our youth with enough focus on adequate use of our structures like the recently inaugurated Patriotic Institute to empower them and offer them the opportunities to grow. They are no more the future, they are the present. Their energy, innovation, and resilience must be the driving forces behind our progress on this rebuild. Must be structures or laws crafted in bygone era, which notably do not reflect the realities and aspirations of our contemporary existence, must be opened up and critically examined to follow for proper reforms. Severally, I have stated, and today the Dankwa Dombo Buzia political tradition, which has proven the most suited political tradition on our Ghanaian market. We must make room for belief to replace doubt. For it was out of nothing that our illustrious forebears found purpose in America's over the years transformed into the formidable political ticket we have in the NPP. Our conduct, therefore, throughout this period will either reinforce the confidence of the Ghanaian people in the NPP or draw them away from us. Accordingly, I wish us all at the National Annual Delegates Conference, I wish you well and hope that the deliberations will be fruitful. May God bless the new patriotic party and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our mother, who has made history, the first ever female chief of staff. Thank you very much. Manyamisha. Thank you, Manyamisha. Okay.
Who has the leadership qualities necessary to protect and move forward this extraordinary nation in the next chapter of its growth? Who can lead us to take the next bold steps toward the prosperity and general well-being of every citizen of Ghana? The first focus for those of us in the NPP is 22nd December 2007, when the party's 2008 presidential candidate was selected by the National Congress. Last week, I completed my nationwide consultation with the rank and file of the party. The renowned water testing exercise, so described by our national candidate. Began by of the 30 constituencies of the country in the upper east region on Sunday, 23rd 2006.
messages from our former president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor. Yada Omoase. Kukudu. Conference. Very soon we are going to the second half. A lot of them are here. We thank you very much. Our former appointees, MDCs, CEOs, board chairpersons. Thank you very much. Let me also say that we are live on several television networks. Now, it is time to take a message from the first welcome, His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaj Muhammadu Bawumia, to give us his message.
All the Satan power as I I'm an overcomer. Yes, I didn't call more.
Yes, I didn't.
All the Satan power.
Over Satan power. MVP, you better kunim.
See, I'm an overcomer. I say yes,
MVP.
yes, Jesus, no.
Kukuludu. Kukuludu. National Chairman, acting the General Secretary, our former President J. Kufuor, former President Nana Tips, representatives of other political parties, fellow crocodiles. Kukudu. It is with mixed that I welcome you all to this National Delegates Conference. It is a joy to see the rest of the country converge once again for conference. I, however, would have wished that we would have been doing so under different circumstances. Yet, still, I am filled with hope that as we reflect and reorganize, we will soon be given the opportunity once again by our countrymen and women to serve and assist in rebuilding and transforming our nation. Not just to win, but to govern. We have been the party that has over the years offered hope to the largest diversity of our peoples. Under our tent, it has not mattered where you come from, whether you are Sefi, Fanti, Ewe, Ashanti, Gadangme, a Christian, a Muslim, or a traditional African religious practitioner. It has not mattered whether you are rich or poor, or whether you are formally educated or not. This is why the root of our party resulted from an amalgamation of interest groups. Let us remind ourselves that the parties that merged to form the United Party included the National Liberation Movement, dominant in Ashanti, the Northern People's Party, representing the Northern Territories, the Muslim Association Party, the Anglo Youth Organization based in the Volta region. Ga Shefimope represented the Ga interests in Greater Accra region. The Togoland Congress focused on British Togoland interests. The Federation Youth Organization. It is clear, therefore, that the bonds of unity in diversity has been our lifeblood and our foundation. Now more than ever, we must refresh them and desist from any language, character, or action divide us. With unity and consistency, we can regain the trust of Ghanaians. If we are fractured and at each other's throats, none of us purpose. Let me say, religious bigotry from whichever quarters it emanates pose an existential threat and should have no place in the new patriotic party. We must also be consistent in pursuance of our effort to address not just the challenges within, but more importantly, the challenges that bedevil our motherland. In governance, there are ups and tests of time. We have also learned useful lessons in how to improve some things in the future. We must remain resolute and consistent in doing the right things again and in applying the lessons the next time. We must ensure that Ghanaians genuinely see the lessons we have learned and are willing to apply. That wants to win a battle must exercise discipline within its ranks. Too often, when we are yet to choose leaders, indiscipline, unacceptable language, and unpardonable behavior become the order of the day. In the end, when internal competitions are over to a 2024 campaign, and we should not let it happen again a second time. This is why I call on all Kukudites to stop internal attacks now. Let's stop the internal attacks now. Let us rather focus on the attempt by the NDC to undermine our democracy and rule of law in trying to remove the Chief Justice. Let us focus on their clear intention to go after the Electoral Commissioner subsequently. Let us focus on the violence and thuggery their hoodlums carried out in the recent Ablekuma election, in full view of the police and cameras. I again call on His Excellency the President to bring the perpetrators to book and to remind them that the elephant never forgets. No matter how long it takes, we will prosecute the perpetrators when we assume office in 2029, inshallah. To the leadership of the party, I ask that you be firm and crack the whip so that discipline is maintained within our ranks. It is with discipline, humility, lessons learned, and the pursuit of a common good for Ghana that we can become the refreshed party we desire. Finally, in all our decisions today and in all our actions towards the reform process, let us be guided by the rule of what is in the best interest of Ghana. At dawn on December 8th, 2024, as I prepared my remarks to concede the election 24, my singular focus was on what's in the best interest of Ghana. I am fortified in my heart that as politicians, we should always be guided by what's in the best interest of Ghana at all times. What represents the best example to Ghana's children? What is in Ghana's best interest will always be in the best interest of the MPP. We cannot ever go wrong with that. Let us showcase it more and more as we reflect and rebuild. I have no doubt that notwithstanding the challenges ahead, of which there will be many, if we are united and disciplined and work hard, we will win the 2028 presidential and parliamentary elections by the grace of God. It is still possible. I wish us all a successful annual Delegates Conference. God bless you. God bless the MPP, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Salamu alaikum.
What else? Everybody singing hallelujah. Hallelujah. Singing hallelujah. Hallelujah. Sing, oh. Oh yeah. Say that to
delegates who have been so actively involved and have helped to make this event an success. All of you who have contributed various ways.
Jesus, never know. Jesus, never know. I mean, I won't gonna say. Jesus, never know. Strong and mighty. Yes, we can call him all. See, I'm a weapon fashion against we shall prosper. For the greater one lives in me, yes, he does. Yes, yes, we can call him all. See, I'm an overcomer.
Critical and very important portion or a part of our program forever what the kind by this body duly constituted and duly opened. On this note, the General Secretary, in accordance with the provision of the party's constitution, invited proposals for amendment of the party. The General Secretary circulated the proposals to the regional party and the constituency party. The amendment committee, made up of Frank Davis, the chairman, Idi Muhaideen, the secretary, Honorable Patricia Apieje, member, Honorable Kojo Opong Kruma, member, Honorable Ebenezer Gilbert Nina Nate, also a member, Dr. Antoinette Tibudaku, a member, Honorable Diana Asunabadapa, a member, Dr. Ekuya Amwako, and our very own Makafui Wanya, Volta Regional Chairman, also a member. Council put in place this committee to receive all of these proposals. At this point, I will invite the Constitutional or the Constitution Amendment Committee to come and guide us through all the motions put together so council can do the needful. So let me invite the Frank Davis Committee, the Constitutional Amendment Committee, to come before conference, put before conference all motions so that conference will duly decide.
Yeah, you can start.
Kugudu. Kugudu. Kugudu.
Presiding Chairman of Conference, the General Secretary of the party, His Excellency representatives, our distinguished elders of this great party, our distinguished delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. This obviously is the climax of today's engagement, the 2025 National Annual Delegates Conference of this great party, the New Patriotic Party, NPP. Distinguished party faithful, in keeping with the tradition of the New Patriotic Party and in line with the spirit of the party constitution, the National Council of the party at this meeting on April 16, 2025, constituted a 9-member Constitution Amendment Committee following the submission of the report of the Professor Okwe-led 2024 Election Review Committee. The committee, which was subsequently inaugurated by the National Chairman on April 25, 2025, had the following composition. Dr. Ekwia Amwakun, member. Honorable Ebenezer Gilbert Nina Nate, Dr. Antoinette Tibudakun, Honorable Dinah Asonabadapa, Honorable Makafui Wanya, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah Esquire, Honorable Patricia Apiaje, Idi Muhayedin Esquire, Member Secretary, and of course my good self, Frank Davis Esquire, Chairman. The terms of reference of the committee included to identify provisions of the party constitution that require amendments in order to give effect to the recommendations of the Michael Quay Election Review Committee, to work on the recommendations of the 2021 Constitution Review Committee chaired by Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, to receive proposals from party members and identifiable groups for amendments to the party constitution, to categorize the proposals into various articles and clauses for ease of reference, to make appropriate recommendations to guide the debate at the National Delegates Conference. In line with the party's tradition and the letter and spirit of the party constitution, particularly Article 19, the General Secretary, by a formal communication dated April 25, 2025, requested party members and identifiable groups who wish to propose amendments to the party's constitution to submit their written proposals to the Office of the General Secretary or send same directly to the committee via an email address set out for that purpose. Consequently, the committee received over 300 amendment proposals, both in hard copy and via the official email address. In pursuance of its mandate, the committee critically examined these amendment proposals, considered the Afenyo-Markin-led Constitution Review Committee, as well as the recommendations of the Professor Okoye-led Election Review Committee for Constitutional Reforms. The committee then examined the provisions in the MPP Constitution in respect of which amendments have been proposed and the Constitution as a whole. While streamlining and categorizing the proposed amendments and the various articles and clauses, the committee made recommendations for their acceptance or otherwise. Where appropriate, the committee also made some modifications to ensure coherence and consistency with other constitutional provisions, and more importantly, with the time-tested tradition and aspirations of the party as enshrined in the Constitution. Recommendations made by the committee were informed largely by the totality of the views expressed by the proponents, the underlying principles and traditions of the party, which ought to be respected and protected, while ensuring that the Constitution reflects current socio-political developments of the party in its forward march to advancing the cause of democracy and the rule of law. Fellow delegates, below are the motions formulated by the committee out of the amendment proposals that were submitted to both the General Secretary and committee by party members and identifiable groups for consideration and approval by the National Delegates Conference herein assembled. For the purposes of clarity and to make what we are about to do very distinct without any misunderstanding when we leave here, I'm going to set out the modalities for the run of the motions. I am going to take the motions seriatim from 1 to 56. After I have read out the motions, for the motions will be read by another member of the committee in the person of Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah Esquire. After the recommendations, the motion will be put to vote, and we are going to have a voice vote. The ayes and the nays. Distinguished fellow delegates, party faithful, if I have your attention at this particular point in time, I would start the exercise in earnest. Motion number 1. To amend Article 1 of the Constitution to include the party's motto, symbol, and colors. Justification. The absence of the party's motto, symbol, and colors in the Constitution is an obvious omission and ought to be rectified. The party's motto, symbol, and colors must find expression in the party's Constitution. Fellow delegates, those in favor of motion number 1, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 2, Article 3(7). Amend Article 3(7) of the Constitution to give the power to recommend suspension of a member or an office holder pending disciplinary action against him to the appropriate disciplinary committee rather than the executive committee. Justification. The amendment is necessary to ensure justified suspension of party executives, either elected or appointed by executive committees, only upon recommendation by the disciplinary committee, pending disciplinary proceedings against such officers. It is the disciplinary committee that shall recommend suspension, having regard to its preliminary findings. Having heard the motion loudly and the justification, distinguished delegates, those in favor of motion number 2, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 3, amend Article 437. Amend Article 437 of the Constitution to allow for a complaint against any constituency or regional officer, whether elected or appointed, to be filed at 1 in the case of the constituency officer, the regional executive committee, and 2 in the case of the regional officer, the national executive committee. Justification. The amendment seeks to achieve fair and equal treatment or handling of disciplinary matters involving elected officers and appointed officers who are at the same level of the party, by providing that they should be dealt with by the same disciplinary committee. Having heard motion number 3, distinguished delegates, those in favor say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 4, amend Article 5(6). Amend Article 5(6) of the Constitution to adopt the Electoral Commission of Ghana's demarcation and cluster of electoral areas. Chairman, the justification is as follows. The EC's electoral area systems are predetermined, bereft of controversies, and involve more polling stations than the party's demarcations of electoral area. The current provision in the party's constitution is that where polling stations under an electoral area exceed 10, an additional electoral area may be created. This lack of certainty and exactitude has triggered misunderstandings in the creation of some electoral areas. The adoption of the EC's electoral area system cures any such misunderstanding or perceived mischief. Motion number 4. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 5. Article 6. I must say at this stage that this is a new provision. Amend Article 6 of the Constitution to provide for an electoral area executive committee structure made up of 5 members who shall all be elected, comprising the electoral area chairperson, secretary, organizer, communications officer, and electoral affairs officer. The justification is as follows, Chairman. The current system requires limited expansion to allow for increased participation and support in the management of the electoral areas. A 5-member committee enhances operational capacity and ensures a more inclusive and structured approach to supervising polling station activities. Distinguished delegates, those in favor of motion number 5, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 6. Amend Article 6.1 of the Constitution to increase the polling station executives from 5 to 7, who are all to be elected, comprising the chairperson, secretary, organizer, women's organizer, youth organizer, communications officer, and electoral affairs officer. Chairman of Conference, this committee respectfully recommends the one-man, one-vote system as a long-term electoral framework for the party. In the absence of the foundational structures for the one-man, one-vote electoral system, the proposed limited expansion, which, if approved, will represent a 40% increase in the electoral college at the polling station level, is more realistic and manageable. It has the effect of increasing the electoral college considerably while the party works on the recommended one-man, one-vote system respectfully submitted. I now put the vote. Those in favor of motion number 6, aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 7. Amend Articles 6.1, 7.2, 9.1, and 10.7.3 of the Constitution to split or decouple the position of research and electoral affairs officer at the constituency, regional, and national levels of the party. Chairman, the amendment brings the needed focus and attention to each of the 2 responsibilities. Also, it is not every researcher who understands electoral matters and vice versa. Therefore, the recommendation is that separating the positions and appointing people with the requisite expertise to occupy the respective positions will inure to the party's benefit. Those in favor, delegates, Motion number 7, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes obviously have it. Motion number 8, amend Article 7(2) of the Constitution to include the Constituency Research Officer, Electoral Affairs Officer, PWD, that persons with disability coordinator on the Constituency Executive Committee.
Justification. This represents a limited expansion of the Constituency Executive Committee and seeks to promote inclusivity and broader participation in party activities at the constituency level.
Delegates, those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes. Motion number 9. Amend Articles 7(5), 9(2), and 10(7)(3) of the Constitution to make communication officers at all levels of the party elected from the polling station, electoral area, constituency, regional, and at the national level. At the national level, communication officer shall be designated the director of communications.
Mr. Chairman, the appointment of communication officers has, in many instances, been fraught with a lot of challenges occasioned by perceptions of favoritism and lack of candor. Making the positions elective will afford the party delegate opportunity to select persons that they think can best communicate for the party. For the avoidance of doubt, the deputy directors of communications shall remain appointed. Respectfully submitted, Chairman.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 10. Amend Articles 7(10) and 9(7) of the Constitution to prevent party officers who get appointed into government from continuing to hold their offices.
Justification. Party officers who are appointed into government should not be allowed to hold dual positions. So long as they have accepted the appointment to serve in government, it is recommended that they focus on their mandate in government and give opportunity for other equally competent party members to occupy their positions in the party. It is also in line with the provisions in Clause 10 of Article 7 and Clause 7 of Article 9, which are intended to ensure that government appointees do not hold constituency, regional, and national executive offices. Chairman, respectfully submitted.
Delegates, those in favor of motion number 10, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 11. amend Articles 726 and 924 of the Constitution to provide that any vacancy that may occur for whatever reason in the case of the constituency secretary and regional secretary shall automatically be filled by the deputy constituency and deputy regional secretary.
Chairman, the recommendation is as follows. The deputy constituency and deputy regional secretaries, just like the substantive constituency and regional secretaries, are also elected by the same delegates at the same conference. The deputy secretaries should be able to occupy the positions of the substantive secretaries in the absence of the latter. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates, those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 12. Amend Article 7 of the Constitution to give voting rights to national and regional officers at the constituency delegates conference at the constituency they hail from.
Chairman, the amendment strengthens the connections between these officers and the respective constituencies they hail from, where they may also serve as patrons and source of logistical support. This amendment is also geared towards the proposed limited expansion of the Electoral College pending the one-man, one-vote system. Conferences across all levels of the party. There shall also be sufficient time to hold other equally important conferences within the period before the biennial conference, where it becomes necessary an extraordinary delegates conference may be called. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates in favor of motion number 13, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 14. Amend Article 27B of the Constitution to give voting rights to the electoral area executives at the constituency biennial delegates conference.
Chairman, currently, electoral area coordinators and all polling station executives have voting rights at constituency delegate conferences. The proposed electoral area executives
made up of the electoral area coordinator, to be now called electoral area chairperson, and 4 other executives should also have voting rights at the constituency delegates conference. Respectfully submitted. Those in favor of motion just ably recommended, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 15. Amend Articles 729 and 927 of the Constitution to allow constituency and regional secretaries to present reports on the state of the party at the constituency and regional delegates conference to have received prior approval of the constituency and regional executive committee as the case may be. This amendment allows the constituency and regional executive committees to scrutinize and give a stamp of approval to the statements before they are presented at the delegates conference. Respectfully submitted. Those in favor, delegates, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 17. Amend Article 7. Delegates, I know you have your booklet, and you have also read it. So permit me to also read it, then you can respond. Thank you very much. Motion number 17. Amend Article 730 of the Constitution to provide that the Regional Executive Committee shall appoint persons other than polling station, electoral area, and constituency officers to supervise polling station and electoral area elections. Delegates, dear delegates, please hear the recommendations. The recommendation is that constituencies are directly involved in the compilation of the album for organizing polling station and constituency elections. And therefore, it may be prudent that supervision of these elections be taken to the regional level to absolve it from any conflicting interest. Chairman. My fellow delegates, those in favor of this motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. Yeah. That is the beauty of our democracy. This time, the nays have it. So motion number 17 has suffered a knockdown. Motion number 18 on the National Executive Committee and 5 representatives on the National Council. Chairman, the party constitution under Article 8.5 grants the external branches representation at the National Executive and the National Council, but does not indicate serve on these bodies. This amendment brings clarity to the number of representatives the external branches shall have on the National Executive Committee and National Council. Respectfully submitted, Chairman. Those in favor of motion number 18, say aye. Have it. Amend Articles 8 and 13, 11 of the Constitution to specifically provide that all former and current executives of the external branches shall have voting rights at the presidential primaries. Chairman, the amendment seeks to extend the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation. This is in line with the proposed limited expansion. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion 20. Amend Articles 8 and 10(2)(f) of the Constitution shall allow voting rights at the National Delegates Conference. Previously, Chairman, only 12 executives of the external branches were allowed to vote at the National Delegates Conference. This amendment allows all of them to vote, promotes inclusivity. Those in favor of motion number 20, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 21, amends Article 9 of the Constitution to include regional legal officer, regional PWD coordinator, and the special duties officer as part of the regional executive committee. Chairman, this is in line with the proposed limited expansion of the regional executive committee. Persons with disability. Those in favor, delegates, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 22. Amend Article 9(1) of the Constitution to expand the composition to include constituency secretaries are responsible for all administrative matters at the constituency level, and it is only proper that they are a part of the regional executive committees. Chairman, this is highly recommended. Delegate. Those against, say nay. Number 23 is a new provision. Article 9(1) amend the Constitution by inserting a new provision to create a regional steering committee composed of the regional officers, chairman, parliamentary caucus chair.
The proposed amendment aligns with what pertains at the national level, where we have a national steering committee, which is the body in charge of the day-to-day administration of the party at the national level, responsible at the regional level. The regional steering committee system shall facilitate decision-making at the regional level. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 24 to regional and national TESCON coordinators and the TESCON president from each recognized tertiary institution in the country at the regional and national delegates conference respectively.
Chairman, the regional TESCON coordinators are in charge of coordinating all the activities of TESCON on the TESCON president, and not just any representative of TESCON avoids the usual challenge with validation of the representative from TESCON. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. 25. Amend Article 10 to grant voting rights to the TESCON president, and not a representative from TESCON, from each recognized tertiary institution at the regional and national delegates conference.
Chairman, the specificity on the TESCON president, and not just any representative of TESCON, avoids the usual challenge with validation of the representative from TESCON. Recommended.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 26. Amend Article, this is a new provision, amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to include the consideration of position papers from sector committees of the party on key developments since the last National Delegates Conference at any current National Delegates Conference.
Chairman of Conference, the proposed amendment allows the National Delegates Conference to not only focus on the election of national officers where necessary, but to also consider and debate reports submitted by the party's sector committees on key national issues and to pass appropriate resolutions on same. Highly recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 27. It is also a new provision. Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to modify the composition of the sector committees under the National Executive Committee to include both members of parliament and non-members of parliament, as well as their functions. This allows the party to marshal its available best brains to serve on the various sector committees, whether or not they are members of parliament. Recommended. Those in favor, delegates, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 28. Amend Articles 1023E and 13 of the Constitution to make all members of the National Council of Elders delegates at the National Delegates Conference and the presidential primaries. Chairman, considering the indispensable roles played by the National Council of Elders, they deserve more representation at the party's highest decision-making body. In any case, per Article 16, the membership of the National Council of Elders shall not exceed 30 out of members or delegates to the National Annual Delegates Conference. Motion number 28 is recommended, Chairman. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 29. Amend Article 10.3 of the Constitution to increase the representation of the National Council of Elders on the National Council from 1 to 5 members, including the chairman of the National Council of Elders. Chairman, the National Council of Elders is the foremost advisory body of the party and therefore ought to be adequately represented at the second highest decision-making body of the party. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 30. Amend Article 10.3 of the Constitution to provide for 4 additional standing committees and enable the National Council to create new standing committees as and when the Council deem fit. The new 4 standing committees shall be the Electoral Affairs Committee, Communications Committee, Political Strategy and Policy Committee, and Security and Intelligence Committee. The proposed additional standing committees to be created are indispensable and crucial in supporting the National Council to function more effectively. There are additional standing committees as and when necessary. Delegates in favor of motion number 30, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 31. Amend Article 10.3A of the Constitution to expand the composition of the Finance Committee from 6 to Amendment expands the composition of the Finance Committee in order to enhance the effectiveness of the committee. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 32. Amend Article 10.3.2d of the Constitution to expressly provide that chairpersons of and consequently vote in the presidential.
Amendment admits chairmen of standing committees and directors at the party headquarters into membership at the National Council with voting rights.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 33. Amend Article 10(3)(4) of the Constitution to include former majority and former minority leaders to the composition of the National Executive Committee and National Council.
The National Executive Committee stands to benefit immensely from the experiences of persons who have once led the party's parliamentary group as majority or minority leaders. This motion is recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor say aye. Nay. Motion number 34 is a new provision. Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to provide that the National Executive Committee shall, in consultation with the presidential candidate, develop the campaign structure and establish a campaign advisory committee to oversee the campaign team.
Chairman, this amendment deepens the collaboration between party and president.
Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to specifically provide that the national chairperson shall at all times be the leader of the party.
Chairman, the proposed amendment affirms the position of the national chairperson as the leader of the party at all material times. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 36.
Committee to end the campaign.
Delegates in favor say aye. Against say nay. The ayes have it. Number 37. Amend Article 10(4)(2) of the Constitution, Parliamentary Group on the National Executive Committee from 1 to 3 and 2 others, one of whom shall be a woman.
My Chairman, the parliamentary group is a critical organ of the party. It is the group that champions the party's policies and agenda in the legislative arm. The amendment seeks to increase the representation of the parliamentary group on the National Executive Committee. This is strongly recommended, Mr. Chairman.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against say nay. The ayes have it. 38. Amend Articles 10(7)(3) and 10(8) of the Constitution to provide that the National Treasurer shall report to the General Secretary.
Chairman, it is the view that the General Secretary, as the party chief administrative officer, and the Chief Executive Officer of the party, who has superintendence over all officers except the National Chairperson and Vice Chairpersons, should exercise superintendence over the national. The amendment aligns with the administrative structure of the party.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 39. Amend Article 1010 of the Constitution to remove the President from the composition of the National Steering Committee of the National Executive Committee.
The steering committee of the party is in charge of the day-to-day administration of the party and should comprise only the 10 elected officers, the presidential candidate, the parliamentary leader, and the chairman of the National Council of Elders.
Delegates in favor of motion number 39, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 40. Amend Article 11 of the Constitution to specifically include a provision that allows the Constituency Executive Committee to remove a polling station or electoral officer from office with the prior approval of the Regional Executive Committee upon receipt of a petition from a member.
Chairman, the current Constitution has no provision on how polling station and electoral area officers may be removed from office. This new provision clarifies this. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 41. Amend Article 11 of the Constitution to include a provision requiring the need for the body to be constituted by the Executive Committee to recommend removal before the summoning of an extraordinary delegates conference for the purpose of removing an elected officer from office and for specific timelines for the removal process of such elected officer.
Chairman, this amendment brings clarity in the removal of officers and avoids the convening of an extraordinary delegates conference without recommendation from the body constituted by the Executive Committee.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 42. Amend Article 11.7 of the Constitution to explicit and procedure for the removal from office of an appointed officer or executive to be done by the relevant executive committee with prior approval of the immediately higher executive committee.
This amendment, Chairman, clarifies the process for removal of appointed officers. Submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 43. That's a new provision. Amend the Constitution by inserting a new provision to provide that national officers, ministers, deputy ministers, CEOs, and other government appointees who fail to contest to become a parliamentary party in constituency with a sitting member of parliament shall resign their positions at least 12 calendar months to the national general elections.
Chairman, this is to ensure fair competition and a level playing field to all prospective aspirants for the position of parliamentary candidate. Recommended.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 44 is a new provision. amend Articles 12 and 13 of the Constitution and insert a new provision to grant voting rights to former members of Parliament, former parliamentary candidates, former metropolitan, municipal and former ministers, former deputy ministers who are card-bearing members of the party at the parliamentary and presidential primaries.
The amendment seeks to expand the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation, and is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Delegates in favor, aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 45 is a new provision. Amend Articles 12 and 13 and start a new provision to grant voting rights to former constituency executives and former regional executives at the parliamentary and presidential primaries.
The amendment seeks to expand the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation, and is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 46. Amend Article 13(1)(6) of the Constitution to provide that national officers, ministers, deputy ministers, CEOs, and other government appointees who fail to become the presidential candidate of the party shall resign their positions at least 24 months to the national general elections.
This amendment, Chairman, is to ensure fair competition and a level playing field to all prospective aspirants for the flag bearership slot.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 47. Amend Article 13(1)(9) of the Constitution to completely abolish and do away with the special electoral college and super delegates system.
Chairman, the special electoral college system, which was introduced in the 2009 constitutional amendment to shortlist aspiring presidential candidates, is believed to have outlived its usefulness. This is recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 48. Amend Article 13(4) of the Constitution to provide for the election of a presidential candidate when the party is in government to a date not later than 18 months instead of 11 months before the national general elections.
Chairman, this amendment, if approved, will give the party's presidential candidate an extra 7 months to campaign before the general elections. Submitted.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 49. Amend Article 13(11) to grant voting rights to 5 members of the Constituency Council of Elders and 10 members of the Regional Council of Elders at the presidential primaries.
These constituency and regional elders are members of the constituency and regional delegates conference respectively, polling station and electoral area executives who form part of the delegates to the constituency conference have been given voting rights at the presidential primaries. The exclusion of the elders is an omission which should be rectified. Respectfully submitted.
Motion number 50. Amend Article 1311 of the Constitution to include 30 national patrons and all members of the National Council of Elders to be part of the presidential primaries.
The National Council of Elders is the foremost advisory body of the party and therefore ought to be adequately represented at the second highest decision-making body of the party. The national patrons also occupy an important position in the party structure. The expansion of their members in the presidential primaries is therefore appropriate. Respectfully recommended.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. 51. Amend Article 1311 to grant voting rights to 5 constituency patrons and 10 regional patrons at the presidential primaries.
These constituency and regional patrons are members of the constituency and regional delegates conference respectively. Polling station and electoral area executives who form part of the delegates to the constituency conference have been given voting rights at the presidential primaries. The exclusion of the patrons is an omission which should be rectified.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 52. Amendment to grant voting rights to 1 TESCOM patron from every recognized tertiary institution in the presidential primaries.
52, right? 52. Chairman, this amendment allows for inclusivity and broader participation. This is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 53. Amend Article 15(3) of the Constitution to make all female delegates at the National Delegates Conference eligible to vote for the position of National Women Organizer.
Chairman, the current regulations on the election of the National Women Organizer is not inclusive. This amendment, if approved by conference, will allow all female delegates, I repeat, all female delegates to participate in the organizer. Recommended, Chairman.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 54. 54. Delegates. Permit me to read. Hello, Mama Comedy.
of the Constitution by defining youth in the Constitution to refer to a member of the party who is not above the age of 35 years. Limit for national laws shows that the highest age limit is 35. The UN puts the age bracket between 15 and 24 years, the WHO between 15 and 29, UNICEF between 15 and 24, the ILO between 15 and 24, the National Youth define a youth as a person between 15 and 35. My chairman, views on this motion are very divided. Distinguished delegates of conference, those in favor of motion number 54, say aye. Those against, say no. I will take this vote again. I want to take this vote again. I am taking this vote. Have it. To the status which bearing age of youth at not above the age of 40 years. 55. Amend Article 15(4) of the Constitution to make youth delegates at the National Delegates Conference eligible to vote for the position of chairman. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. Well, the ayes once again have it. Certainly, this is the last motion. 56. 15(5)(d)(e) and related provisions that refer to national coordinator at all relevant levels. To refer to the national coordinators as coordinators as NASARA organizers. Chairman, by the nature of their functions, NASARA coordinators should be referred to as NASARA organizers, just as is done with women and youth organizers. Presiding conference chairman, general secretary of this great party, before I draw down the curtain, National Annual Delegates Conference, I'll read Sorry. Those in favor of motion number 56, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. I will now, for the benefit of conference, read the sunset clause, which is ordinarily referred, and this has been drawn by the Constitution Amendment Committee in line with the existing practice. Whereas the National Council of the party has, pursuant to Article 13(1) of the Constitution, scheduled January 21, 2026 as the date to elect the party's 2028 presidential candidate. 2025 adopted the proposed amendment to expand the Electoral College for the election of the party's presidential candidate to include all former members of parliament, all former parliamentary candidates, all former MMDCs, all card-bearing former ministers, all card-bearing former deputy ministers, all former regional executives, all former constituency executives, all former branch executives, all the members of the National Council of Elders, the members of the National, Regional and Constituency Patrons, Regional and Constituency Elders, and TESCON coordinators. The National Annual Delegates Conference has on this day adopted a proposed amendment to expunge the Special Delegates Electoral College from the Constitution. The term of office holders in the party from polling station to the national level has not expired. I repeat, has not. Accordingly, the prospective members who are to be afforded the right to form part of the structured offices at various levels by elections shall have their rights held in abeyance until upon the expiration of the tenure of the incumbent office holders. Now, therefore, it is proposed that for the avoidance of doubt, the effective dates for the new amendments relating to the additions to the polling station executives, electoral area executive committee, constituency executive committee, regional executive committee, and executive committee shall be after the January 31, 2026 presidential primaries. However, as adopted by the National Delegates Conference on this fateful day, and given the fact that the dates of the conduct of the presidential primaries have been set by the Constitution in accordance with the dictates of the Constitution, the provisions pursuant to the new amendments on presidential primaries, that is Article 13, particularly the expunging of the Special Electoral College and the expansion of the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to include former executives, former regional executives, former external branch executives, former members of parliament, former parliamentary candidates, former MMDCs,
former card-bearing ministers and deputies, TESCON coordinators, party patrons and elders, shall take effect immediately in order to give effect to the decision of the National Council and the National Delegates Conference in respect of the presidential primaries. This motion, which only seeks to bring clarity on the effect of the adoption of these amendments by conference on this day, is hereby moved for the consideration of conference. At this stage, distinguished delegates, those in favor and all in favor of this motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. It is my desirable pleasure to say to conference that our duties as the Constitution Amendment Committee in respect of today's conference has come to a close. Nonetheless, it is instructive to notify all delegates that the preparatory work for the drafting of the new constitution or amended constitution pursuant to the adoption of these elaborate constitutional amendments would begin in due course. We thank you all for the support and cooperation afforded us. God bless all our distinguished delegates. God bless the great NPP party, and God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. And we shall always be bold to defend and resist the oppressor's rule. Thank you all very much.
Minority Chief Whip will be here to give us a vote of thanks. Honorable Jerry Ahmed, side. Honorable Jerry Ahmed, give us a vote of thanks. Then our third national Vice Chairman will give us the Muslim closing prayer.
Acting National Chairman, distinguished representatives of the former presidents, the former vice president, national executive members, national council members, my respected minority leader, hard-working delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a distinct honor and a privilege to offer the vote of thanks at this landmark gathering of our great party, the New Patriotic Party. On behalf of the organizing team and the entire party leadership, I wish to express our deepest gratitude to all of you for your presence, commitment, and continued dedication to the ideals and progress of the NPP. I begin by sincerely thanking the representatives of our former presidents, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, for conveying their messages and solidarity with this conference. Their legacy continues to shape our vision, and we remain grateful for their enduring service to party and country. To our hard-working national executives, we commend your leadership and tireless efforts in steering the affairs of the party with vision and unity. A special appreciation goes to Greater Accra Regional Chairman Divine Otu Agohum. We thank you very much for the warm welcome and the excellent coordination of this conference. Permit me to also extend a special commendation to the Constitution Amendment Committee and the National Planning Committee for their exemplary dedication and impactful work. Your contributions have been very so thankful, as added great value to this conference. To our gallant members of Parliament, regional and constituency executives, polling station executives, TESCON, and the Youth and Women's Wing, your energy, loyalty, and commitment are the heartbeat of our party. Thank you for your service. Let me also acknowledge behind the scenes to make this event seamless and successful. As we live here, may we be reminded that the strength of our party lies in our unity, our resolve, and our shared purpose to build a better Ghana for all. Once again, thank you all for making today a memorable success. May God bless the new patriotic party. May have a safe
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, the former Vice the former Chief of Staff, the General Secretary. May peace, fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. We thank Almighty Allah region to the Greater Accra here to participate with this historical event, which is our National Delegate Conference. We are thanking the Almighty Allah for bringing them in peace, and we ask God, each and everyone here, to his or her constituency, we will get that. In this case, Rabbana.
I think that it will affect some people. Rejected it, but that notwithstanding,
Bring in your
well, I think that if you look at the enthusiasm of the people, it tells you how organized this party is, and I think this is good for the country called Ghana. I am so proud to be a member of this great party and also as a Ghanaian. And I think that today will go down in history
as a body or that's very pertinent.
In an instance where an emotion was rejected, is there a way should use for another round of voting?
Now, I think, see, we brought motions. We didn't expect to get all of them through. What is important is that about 99% or 98% has been accepted, which is good. 4 out of 56. So 98 or 99 to prosecute a campaign that has not happened in this country before and to win the 2028 elections. At first, when the flag bearer will be chosen, you will see that there will be total peace in our party. Okay? And you know one thing we did today, which is going to nail the coffin for us to go to Jubilee House, the inclusion of all past MMDCs energize the party towards victory. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
My name is Honorable Ike Apao Jesse, Mayor Koforidua.
Thank you, Honorable. We are so grateful. And so this of the 2025 Delegate Conference of the New Patriotic Party, which took place here at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. My name is Gifty AJ, and thank you so much.
Of the 2025 NPP National Delegates Conference of 2026 ahead of the national general elections in 2028. Still in studio with me, Thelma Taki. Laura Tumusa Saka is a member of the NPP's communications team, and Dr. Abdul Jalilu Ateku is the lecturer in political science at the Political Science Department at the University of Ghana. So thank you for staying on with us. You start with George from the morning and you're still with me this afternoon. Let's just recap some of the scenes we've just seen at the latter part of the conference, which was the voting on the motions. And I'll start with you, Laura. The first ones got up to a pretty, standard start, expected to pass. Most of the motions were expected to pass. Yeah. Most of them did pass. But the first one to suffer the axe was the motion 17, which even before the suggestion was read, the crowd was already up on its feet, waving arms left and right to signal no and shaking their heads ardently so that the chairman cannot, fail to see their, contempt or dislike for that amendment, asking for a provision that the regional executive committees should appoint persons other than polling station, electoral area and constituency officers to supervise polling station and electoral area elections. Based on the experiences that you've had, Laura, why was this so contentious and why were they so adamant not to pass it?
But this goes without saying. The constituency elections is supervised by the regional body. The regional elections is supervised by the national body. So why do you want to go and take people outside the constituency level to come and supervise polling station? It goes without saying.
Okay.
So it's just the natural order of
things.
I mean, it's a hierarchy.
Okay.
Right. So can we say that you can go and pick people other than regional officers to come and supervise constituency elections, or people other than national officers to come and supervise regional elections? It goes without saying.
Okay.
I think we are building and some of these things. So it was obvious. And that is the MPP for you. I mean, it's a democracy. And that should tell you that all the things that were going on, that there wasn't consultation, was wrong. Because 56 motions, and you saw the enthusiasm, you saw the passion, and that is us. I mean, we may have stumbled, like had been said by our leaders, but we are not out.
Stumbled, not falling,
yes,
is one of the key messages presented by the Honorable Alexander Fenyo-Markin, who is the Minority Parliament at the podium earlier today. We'll get into the analysis of the speeches a bit later. But Lawrence, I want to stay a bit more on the motions that did not carry, and 35 also did not make headway. Even the appointees of the committee members on this podium acknowledged the Honorable Kojo Ponkroma saying, Mr. Chairman, this is very controversial. When his job was just to read, it was the amendment to Article 10 of the Constitution.
So motion 54.
54, the big one that... but let's stay with 35 for a minute. I found that quite striking. The one that made the national chairman or the chairperson of the party the de facto leader of the party. So it passed, but it's not a subject that is without controversy, because now the conversation is who is the leader of the NPP if a candidate or a flag bearer went into an election and did not get the nod. So we've had these conversations back and forth. The party has voted massively to support its original person of the party, remains the leader of the party. So, Doc, I'll start with you. What do you make of that decision, solidifying their already held position that not the flag bearer, but the national chairperson of the party is the leader of the party?
All right, thank you, Thelma. Yeah, I think that probably they have come to that this position because of the experience that they have had with their presidential candidates. Right, when you have a president candidate and then the person assumes to be the leader of the party, right? So maybe they have experienced some challenges, right? So they are trying to address those challenges so that once you are a president candidate, you focus on your campaign and whatever it is, so that the party, the national party chairman will also focus as a party national chairman. Because other than that, when you assume the role of the leader of the party, then in a way, maybe sometimes you are rendering the national chairman useless or something. So in my view, I think decoupling it, I think is a way so that the party, the presidential candidate will focus on the campaign, right? So that the party chairman will be in charge of the structure, right? So that they will support the presidential candidate, but not just bringing in the president candidate to take over, to take over the party as the leader. So definitely, by including this, should tell us that maybe they have experienced some challenges with it and therefore want to address it. Yes.
Walk us through that.
So this goes to also speak to the setting up a campaign advisory committee, which a further amendment also indicates that the chairman will chair
the candidates as well.
You know, what was existing was that when we have a flag bearer, the flag bearer assumes leadership of the party. But the moment elections are over, if the flag bearer wins and becomes president, the person is president. If the flag bearer doesn't win, becomes the leadership of the party goes back to the national...
Reverts to the national executive.
Go back to the national chairman. The national chairman, until we have a flag bearer, is the leader of the party. So just to consolidate it, it's not like a new provision. It's just to take that break in leadership away to keep the focus and keep the consistency of leadership.
What would it hurt if, for example, in our current circumstances, the current former vice president remains the assumed leader of the party?
No,
what would it hurt?
He's no longer flag bearer.
But what
he was leader of the party. No, but
until the 2024 general election. I'm saying that based on the experience that we've had, why was it not desirable for someone who may not? The former president Nana Addo Dankwa also contested a number of times.
When he was flag bearer, he was leader of the party. The moment he became president, leadership reverted to the national chairman. That is how it works. But now it's just to take out that break in leadership and keep one focus. And these are all lessons learned. In the last time this constitution was amended was 2009. We're going to do some amendments in 2022, but it didn't really go as detailed as this one has been done. So there's been a lot of lessons that have been learned. I mean, at a point, there was some, it was like the party was being run on two
fronts, on the government
so
front.
all these things cures all the misconceptions and also gives us a clear reporting line. So people, you know, when there are gray areas, when there are provisions that are subject to people's discretion, but this one is clearly put.
Okay.
The chairman, leader of the party at all times.
Well,
But don't also look at motion 34. In consultation with the presidential candidate. So amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to provide that the National Executive Committee shall, in consultation with the presidential candidate, develop the campaign structure and establish a campaign advice. This is explicit.
So
it doesn't give any wiggle room for anybody to be mischievous. And we shouldn't limit it to just Dr. Bawumia. This goes beyond Dr. Bawumia. It's about institutionalizing and making sure that the lessons we've learned over the years, we make good use of it and make our party better so we can rebuild properly and reclaim.
Okay, so that motion, quite an interesting one. Another big no was 54, and the NPP says that persons 40 and below are young. The youth of the party, the age limit for the NPP is 40 and below. Attempts were made by this motion 54 to align the NPP's agreed age of youth in line with other international conventions. It's referenced rightfully the UN, the WHO, and UNICEF, which puts the upper limit of youth at 24, 29 brackets. The African Youth Charter putting it at 35. The motion was to bring this age down to 35. But the delegates voted overwhelmingly to strike this motion down. And so as at now, as previously held by the NPP, the burden of youth now at the NPP remains 40 years and not below 40. So 35 is not the upper limit for the NPP as was proposed. So
so on a lighter note, let's add our definition to the definition.
So define you.
That's already. So if you're going, like it's been mentioned, gives an upper limit, a lower limit of 15 years, an upper limit of 35 years. Right. The youth policy, the youth policy, it's also gives an upper limit of 35. We've already, defied international standards. But if that's what conference decided on, so the youth organizer didn't hide it. He said he was going to campaign against this motion. And the youth have decided. You could see that most of the people shouting and going on nay were more youthful than, you go to certain places that you see the youth organizer, and it cuts across all parties. Because sometimes it's difficult to get committed youth to do it, but I don't think it really spoils anything. I definitely believe that in future, the 35 will come to stay. Let's just manage the additional 5 years.
A big no for 54, but a big overwhelming yes for 47, which really was, some would say, the main reason why the NPP went for this amendment at this National Delegate Conference to abolish that perceived elitist electoral college and expanding it to include even more people right from, the bottom echelons, the bottom echelons, because the bottom is also very high, okay? The bottom to the top of the party. How significant is this for you, Laura?
So like I said, and we already mentioned this earlier on with George, this amendment came into being in 2009 because of 2007, when we had 17 candidates vying for the presidential candidacy to lead the New Patriotic Party. So 17 people wanted to succeed President Kufuor then. It was a bit chaotic, you know. So that amendment in 2009, but we realized that in 2024 it was counterproductive, because the issues the super delegates conference brought were worse than what even the general one brought. So like I said, it's lessons learned. You use the lessons you've learned to make things better, to achieve what our party stands for.
Okay.
So, I mean, this goes without saying, it's a no-brainer, because we all saw the outcome of the super delegates conference. And, I mean, it affected us in so many ways. So, it's lessons learned, and we are really utilizing these to make our party better and more inclusive.
I'll give both of you the opportunity to make some concluding remarks on the whole output or outlook for the future of the NPP. But I just want to quickly walk us through what we've seen so far during the day and what key speakers at this National Delegates Conference have said. We heard from the minority leader in Parliament, who is the Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, who spoke quite passionately about the fortunes of the party and what it means for the way forward. We heard also from the former flag bearer of the party in the 2024 election, former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and he also spoke about unity and togetherness and the need to maintain discipline within the rank and file of the party. So if I may be able to take you through some of the key items the conference had the occasion to talk about, I would start with a few of the ones said by the perhaps with the Honorable Afenyo-Markin and what he had to say about unity in the... He talked about the NPP remaining resolute. He talked about the NPP not retreating, and he reiterated the party's commitment to hold, resisting the temptation to win at all costs, but to serve at all costs. And he made that key statement that the elephant has only stumbled and not fallen. He insists that the party took the bold decisions that were difficult but necessary in order to save the country, even though it presented some discomfort to citizens. And he took jabs at the ruling NDC for taking what he calls cheap credit through propaganda. Towards the end of his speech, he said that though the party had walked through valleys of shadows of death, they will not fear any evil, and that they will continue to strive to make Ghana better. So he talked about unity and reconciliation, talked about appreciation for the legacy that he thinks that the NPP party left behind, including the youth was also a key part. That will reinforce or draw away confidence from the party. So the Ifutu MP had quite a lot to say when he mounted the podium. On his part, the former vice president then talked about unity, went through the achievements. He said the first for the country achievements. So he went through what we've heard him talk about before, the digital ID system and the property address system, mobile money interoperability, which are some of the things we've come to. The party would still be in power when this conference was happening, but that did not hold. So we had those comments as well. Former President John Ejekum Kufuor also delivered a message by virtual means to the program, and His Excellency also the former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo also left a message delivered by Madam Akosua Frema Osei. And so you all heard what the speaker said, and then the outcome of the motions that were tabled, and it summed up the day very, very succinctly with that prayer after the vote of thanks. So what are your general impressions about what we've done so far throughout the day, even on our coverage, we, GBC, or on our coverage, the people that we've spoken to? And on their side, the NPP side, the organization, I've heard people, especially our team on the ground, say it was very well organized and very well coordinated. Started late, but then we went through all the motions. Doc, what would your concluding remarks be?
All right, thank you, Thelma. On your side, GBC, I think that for TV, giving us the coverage, I think that is very important, so that people actually have a fair idea of whatever was happening over there. Now, coming to the substance of what had happened over the past few hours. It's exciting when we have our political parties undertaking such activities. Our democratic process is a very good thing to do. It means that, the idea of us having the democracy and moving into whatever levels that will make this country develop. That is something that is commendable. Looking at, about 56 proposals that were made, I think only 2 were rejected, and I think that is good. And even the rejection of the 2 should tell us something, right? That, things are changing. Voters, right, when people are taking decisions, they are careful about whatever they are doing, whether in elections or whatever you want to do, right? So it means that you cannot just take people for any right. People will let you know that, no, this one is not a good thing for us, and therefore they will reject it. So I think that is something that the party is learning something from it. And I'm so happy that they have considered that these 2 had been rejected, and then that is that. Now, from the speeches, right, all of them spoke about the fact that they want, unity, which is good. All the speakers from the 2 former, the minority leader and all others, right? All of them talking about the fact that they have to be united and all this. It's good. But Ghanaians are looking at them, how they are going to conduct themselves, right? Because over the period, just after losing elections, we saw what happened. Maybe just thank you to, and there are issues. The decisions that are being taken, people are questioning them as to maybe what they should do first, what they should do. So basically, I think that they need to be very careful about moving forward, because if you want to have unity, will not just come. You have to work towards it, because already there are differences within the party. And then, so as the party executives are going to rule, because there will be series of activities, right? There will be processes towards, electing their flag bearer and then the other exec positions. So they should allow the playing field to be very level. When the playing field is level and people contest elections and they lose, right? That is where they will come willingly ever, will be the winner. But if the playing field is not level and people contest and they lose, that is where they will have issues. And they will move with this, the differences that they have with the party into the elections, and that is going to affect them. All right, so basically, I think that is that. And also the fact that, yes, being in government for the past 8 years, we saw they've spoken about the good things that the party has done all that. It's very good. But the question is that with all those good things, Ghanaians still voted you out. So it means that once we look at the credit, we look at the positives, it means that there were a number of issues that the party could have addressed, right? Like he said, they wish that they would have been in power today, but you are not in power because Ghanaians felt that, I mean, they were expecting that you should do more than what you have done. And you couldn't do that. You couldn't live up to that expectation, and then they have to kick you out. So it's a lesson. So some of these processes are part of the lessons for them. And as to whether they will, I mean, provide an effective, I mean, opposition to the current government, right? It's not opposition that will be disruptive, very effective, because there are so many people that are looking at these two parties. Like I indicated, things are changing. So people are looking at the NDC, people are looking at the MPP. How organized are you? How prepared are you, right? Are you going to go into the next, I mean, activities with, I mean, bickerings, tensions here and there? That will not inure to your benefit, right? So as they speak about the need for unity, very good. But it means that they have to work towards that. And one way is, like I indicated, is ensuring that, I mean, the executive should be neutral, right? They should provide, I mean, even playing field for all actors. And then so that when they organize whatever elections, people that will lose will definitely want to know that, therefore I will support. But when they do, is where they will have problems. And when this happens, then it means that the Ghanaians will be looking at you. It means that you are not prepared. How are you? So basically they need to just, I mean, position themselves well and then organize themselves very well. We want to find them to be, I mean, effective opposition, looking at it. Should not just, I mean, it's not just about, I mean, there are internal elections, but how effective are they going to be? To be the next government in waiting means that you should, I mean, you should get prepared, position yourself very well. Let us see, I mean, some difference that you are bringing on board.
Right.
Yeah.
Laura, too. Your final.
I mean, that's the New Patriotic Party. What you saw today, that is us. I mean, we're a liberal conservative party, right to center. We believe in freedom. That's what the New Patriotic Party believes in. I mean, you look at our symbol, strength, resilience, longevity. That's the New Patriotic Party. Our colors, the red, white, and blue. Patriotism, sacrifice, and integrity. That is what we stand for. Like I said, we may have gone off course, but what we've seen today is where we are headed. We are balance, or as I said, even the teeth and the tongue. I mean, when the teeth bites the tongue, but you still chew all the same, even after a second. So these things will happen. So even if people of same bloodline or siblings fight, definitely.
Dr. This don't
party,
give the opposition fodder
politics,
to attack us.
Politics,
because
it's
a
business of interest. But once you join a party, you feel committed to move ahead with. Doc said we are a government in waiting. Obviously. And every Ghanaian, including you and Doc, who believed that we are the best managers of the economy. And as any human institution, definitely you have different types of people who come in, and but that doesn't erode what the New Patriotic Party stands for. And like I said, white and blue stands for. And definitely 2028 will recapture.
Laura. Thank you so much for your class. So over 5,000 or 5,600 delegates converged at the Legon Sports Stadium under the theme Rebuilding Together with Our Values to deliberate over 50 proposed amendments. 56 in the end we saw voted for. Key speeches delivered by key figures in the party. Dr. are effective immediately, others not so much. So the abolition of the Electoral College, which removes the latest short system, so-called, broadened the electoral delegate base, and that is effective now, but it applies to the presidential primaries from January 31st, 2026. So it includes polling station executives and all the TESCON and others who have now been brought on board. Grassroots representation, moves towards the one-man, one-vote system also have been topical, and that is also effective now. Implementation will be in stages. We have seen also an agreement that all female delegates of the conference will be allowed to vote when it comes to the selection of a national women's organizer. The youth and TESCON inclusion has also not been left out. The major ones that were rejected or deferred are the ones concerning the rotation of the flag bearer role by region, scaling down all that. Those ones were not also brought on board at all. The next steps is for the amendments that have been formally made to be ratified and sent to the to be applied at the presidential primaries in 26, as we have talked about. So we are wrapping this all up now, but not before we say big thanks to the persons who have helped us to hold these conversations. Mr. Kojo Esiamado, the governance and politics, with my colleague George Sapo a bit earlier. Laura Tumusa Saka is a member of the NPP communications team. Hajia, thank you so much for making time. I know now you have plenty of votes in your pocket, so we'll have the opportunity to talk about the votes that you have and the positions that you can now apply for, research officer and all. We'll talk about all those things. Dr. Abdul Jalilu Ateku is a lecturer at the Political Science Department at the University of Ghana. Doc, thank you also for making time to join us. And from all of us from in studio and on the grounds, Gifty J, Darrell Alante, team here at GBC, and all those who represented us on the field will draw the curtain down. And as those curtains on the 2025 NP National Delegates Conference, the party has emerged with a redefined constitution and a signal of introspection and reform. They've made bold amendments which they hope lead towards deepening their grassroots participation and expand their electoral inclusivity, which will also, they hope, reposition the NPP for future electoral battles. They say that a clear message has been sent and the journey to rebuilding is starting now. What remains to be seen is how these reforms will translate into the reforms that will translate from paper to practice, and whether they will truly unify and strengthen the party ahead of the election 2028. But those conversations will continue, and at GBC, our platforms will continue to have those engaging conversations with the NPP and other stakeholders on what has transpired today and the coming days. Remember that GBC is your trusted, authentic voice of Ghana. My name is Thelma Taki. I'm bringing the curtain down on behalf of the GBC on this production. We'll see you again some other time. Until then, God bless.